off the main channel, I guess. Yeah, the mainstream, the main channel is not in the best spot, but I kind of think that's like somewhat just a reflection of like me not enjoying the game as much, and like the league itself being not like fallen off, but you know, not in the best spot either. Yo, faded 24 months. Thank you, my friend. That's a lot. Oh yeah, let me show you this like cursed comment. Um Always Away. What is the best OTP mage in your opinion? I would say Syndra or Ori, in my opinion. So I think Ori is like just the most well-rounded, but then like Syndra is basically it's like a greedier pick, but it's like more rewarding if you don't get punished. And you know, potentially you can like offset getting punished by just being better. Is the OC server dead even for players in lower ranked? I mean like your queues are gonna be longer than like, you know, lower ranked queues on other servers, but like I don't think they're gonna be like crazy bad. I don't know. Well, I wouldn't know for sure. Hi, Shot. It's all I need. Now you're live after I wake up. Yo, I'm here. Okay, let me show you guys this comment. So this was I'm about to start the stream. Okay, you know, good mood, everything's going well, and then I see this. So this guy comments on my Casio guide. Okay, sorry, but I've played Cass since she was released. You clearly do not main Cass. Your item build speaks volumes. Cass always rushes tiers straight into a Rylai's. Rylai's by 8 minutes, and Leandry's by 15 to 16. Oh my god, bro. The audacities. How are people so confidently wrong? Like, what do you mean I don't play Casio, man? I was fucking 75% win rate in a US Challenger. I was the highest ranked Casio in all of Korea. You know, like, what does this guy mean? There was, like, a good chance that I was, like, the, like, best Casio player in the world at the time. Because, like, no one else was playing her, you know? Like, that's just so crazy. I don't even, like, reply, man. I used to reply to every comment, and honestly, it is something I need to get back into doing, because I kind of miss doing it. But, like, holy fuck, man. I see stuff like that, and it's like... Yeah. Damn. That's just crazy. Is he stupid? I think that goes without saying, man. I think it goes without saying. Oh, well. Got a reply. Messaged my dad. I did. Is he right? No. Like, the problem with going Rylai's first, you can go Rylai's first sometimes, but the problem is, like, you have no haste, and that lowers your DPS a lot. So, like, you end up being tanky, but not doing a whole lot of damage, which, if you want to do that, you're better off going Roa. So that's why it's, like, kind of weird to go Rylai first. Shock morning. Bro, it's 5 p.m. What are we saying? Are you Australia or New Zealand? How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I am doing pretty good. Should we look at some of the comments on the skill capped video? Because those might be a little easier to reply to, because there's probably less of them. Those of you guys that missed it, I made this, I made my first piece of reaction content. Oh, wait, actually... Yeah, no, I will do it like this. My first piece of reaction content on the second channel. And the people love reaction content. I mean, I watch reaction content all the time. Staring cows is good? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Forced actions. They can't say punish last hits. Just do the jungle and perma help him, especially when he needs me. Bro, this guy's just like writing all his comments on the one video. I mean, hey, I'll take him. I'll be honest. The point of skill count is to simplify complex macro and a strategy even the average person can understand. In poker, you can track how well you played a hand by putting in a solver. Skill cap is trying to do the same thing. Simplify the strategy. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I disagree with that. I mean, I do agree with that. You know, like, I kind of said in the video that they're probably just, like, aiming at a lower elo players. But I also think that, like, I don't know. I mean, they're right. Like, it is aimed at lower elo players. But I bet you that there are, like, quite a lot of higher elo players that either see that, or lower elo players that, you know, start pushing for higher elo. And if they're relying on these kind of things that are, like, sort of... I don't know. Again, they're, like, kind of right, but not quite right. I think that can be pretty bad. Ever had a league issue where in-game you perma-freeze and input delay, but your FPS ping and CPU is stable? I have not. I don't know if you stream, but there was some issue with, like, when you were running OBS with, like, game capture instead of, desktop capture with League. It was causing like crazy lag. But as far as I know, it's been fixed. And if it's not that, I mean, I wouldn't know. What else? Chuck, I'm so glad you reviewed this. I often tell you I've never learned a thing before I found your channel despite having watched tons of guide, and it's true. This place is one of many I used to watch, but I don't teach well. Damn, what a legend. This type of content is a mega goated. We take that. They have a tier list for each lane for each patch, because you look at mid and see if you agree. Dude, did this guy just ask for more React content? Oh, don't mind if I do. Hold on, boys. That gives me permission. Skill capped. All right, we'll do that after. Don't think skill cap is good for low players to teach way too many niche concepts. I haven't watched enough skill cap videos to say. I think skill cap videos have gone up in quality. Has been more competition. I could see that, yeah. Proved to not be absolute garbanzo, it's true. So it's really juicy content. I love it when you get on the details. Fuck yeah. Don't see you suggesting the top 15 best low elo champs to climb this patch. Am I meant to be doing that? Great video, looking forward to more. Yo. Skill cap guys are a lot of gaslighting. They very rarely say when not to do what they say. I get the feeling their guys would just play better to get prior to sync up. I mean, I don't know. I mean, again, I haven't watched a lot of skill cap videos, but I think that video was pretty good. I'm not sure. I think you should 1v1 a skill cap coach and see who's right. Bro, hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. I don't know who they've got in the skill cap team, but I guarantee you I can beat them 1v1. Guys, 1v1 ability has very little correlation with effectiveness at coaching. This guy is coping so hard, guys. Let me tell you something. The only thing that matters in League is how good you are in the laning phase, okay? That's it. Might makes right. People only respect strength. If someone flames you after the game, you got to take them into the 1v1 and you know, you got to show them what's up. This is crazy. I mean, I'd love to. I think it'd be very funny. When did Shop become an Obsidian Adore? Oh yeah, I love Obsidian. Wait until he starts using Vim. Okay, what's Vim? Obsidian's that like note-taking app. Vim. The fuck is this? Screen-based text editor program. Okay, no, that looks Turbo AIDS. Sorry guys, that's a bad recommendation. They know you're towing the rank 83 Korean challenger. That's what I'm saying. When is it too late to buy refillable? Say you get Lost Chapter base at level 5, then next base you get boots plus M-Tome. Do you sack M-Tome? I would normally not sack an M-Tome for refillable. Could be dragged into harder matchups, but probably wouldn't. I'd say 8 mins plus is generally too late for refillable. Okay. I'm subscribed to Skill Cap course, good content. I'm learning jungler, but after most videos I'm still struggling. I won't blame course. I'm starting to think I'm the worst. Damn, that's rough. Just a hard game, keep at it. Yeah, that guy's a fucking legend. I respect that. Big clock shot, give me the content I need. Alright, we'll leave it at that. That's enough reading comments for now. Not bad though. Got some of them out of the way. Let me go over to YouTube. Can you do a game with Victor? Maybe. I'd pick Victor into a mage. Is he right about Rise by 8 and Leander is 15 if you get the build? Maybe. I mean, it kind of depends. Like, I think it can be kind of hard to keep getting items if you start Rylai's, because the problem is, like, you don't farm quickly because you don't have mana or haste. And you don't kill champs either, because, you know, the Rylai's doesn't do a whole lot of damage. So, like, I don't know, if you can get Leander by 15, like, I think that's pretty good, but I don't think it's guaranteed. You know, like, that's something I think people forget about in League, is that, like, acceleration's a thing. You know what I mean? Like, building items to, like, get more gold quicker is a thing, you know? Is Victor kind of bad? I think he's okay. I mean, the reason Victor is bad is because, like, the game is fast-paced, but I think into other mages, he's still pretty good. If I wanted to go to Korea to climb Toluku at a PZ Bong, how much would it cost each week? I don't really know. I mean, I've I've only ever been to like the PC bangs in Korea like twice, so I wouldn't really know. Living is pretty cheap in Korea though, like overall, and I'm pretty sure it'll be, yeah, it should be pretty cheap. Why do you pick Lucian over other ADCs? He's just really good early game, and like early prior does matter quite a bit, you know. Like if you can get early prior, like that lets your support move more, which means like mid gets punished harder, and like Lucian's scaling is, I feel like Lucian's scaling is a lot like LeBlanc's scaling. You know what I mean? Like Lucian falls off kind of in the same way that LeBlanc falls off kind of. It's like if you're really fucking good at the champs, they don't really fall off. But like it's more the skill requirement goes up and up and up. Like playing late game LeBlanc, or especially like mid to late game LeBlanc, is really hard. Actual late game LeBlanc's not too bad. And I think it's the same with Lucian. Like I think when you're full items, it's probably not too bad. But like when you're in kind of that like 4 item mark, maybe, you know, and other people around you are getting their core, I think that's pretty difficult. Mega stuck at 400 LP. Any advice on improving? I feel like I'm not improving at all. I think go and watch other people's VODs and try and like play spot the difference. That's the best advice I can give you. Like try and see what they're doing that you're not doing. You know, watch a lane that they played compared to the same matchup you played, and try and see the difference. If you ever can't find something, first 15 minutes is a good start. Where's Big Pumper? I'll play some Big Pumper. I might even play some today. We'll see. I kind of want to get this account into Master though, because it's quite embarrassing being Diamond 1. A skill cap decided to react to a shock VOD. that'd be sick. Do you think Yon and Ahri have 2 good champs to main? I think they're fine. I think yeah, like Ahri blind, Yon counter, I think it's fun. Hello Shot, how goes? Not too shabby. Ink Flowers, not too shabby. How about yourself? Seriously, Leandry still viable to go to? Yeah, if you're not sure what to buy, it should almost always be Seraph Leandry or Seraph Crippler. Seraph Shadowflame is good, but you kind of have to know that they're not building Magic Resist, because the moment they build Magic Resist, you're gonna be really weak. Kind of crazy how you're ranked 200 a Big Pumper. Yeah. It used to be so much easier to get Challenger on OCE because, you know, every region used to be top 200 was Challenger, but now on OCE only top 50 is Challenger, so you got to be a little higher now. But I remember, like, I think the first time I got Challenger was in, like, Season 6, and I'm pretty sure I was, like, a 200 LP Challenger. I'm not even kidding. I finished the season 1k LP, but I was a 200 LP Challenger at the start. You know, like, I think I probably didn't deserve real Challenger at the start of the year, but I did by the end. Would you ever get Lucidity Boots with Saras, Leander, and Crippler? Yeah, you can. You can. The thing is, it's like, it's kind of, the Lucidity Boots source thing is, like, kind of weird. Like, here, I'll do a little paint drawing, actually. So, think of it like this. So, like, Sorks are like a bigger spike when you buy them, right? Sorks are a bigger spike when you purchase them. So like, let's say I made a little, how should I do this? Like a timeline, maybe. I don't know, make a little thing here. So like, this is your pressure. So like, when you buy, like, let's say you're building Cripploom second. The reason you're building Cripploom second is probably because they have Matter Resist, right? So like, what's gonna happen is that, like, let's say that this is your base pressure, right? You buy Sork shoes, and then it goes way up. But the problem is they start to build Magic Resist, and then it actually drops a lot. But then Sorks come back online after you finish Cripploom, because the haste applies first. Or sorry, the percent pen applies first. So like, Sorks, despite being bad in a Magic Resist, are not so bad in a Magic Resist after you complete Cripploom. So with Sorks Cripploom, your power is going to more look like this. If you buy Lucidity, it's going to be more like this. You're going to have like a... I should do another colored line, actually. With Lucidity, it'll look more like this. You'll have like a lesser spike here. And actually, maybe it's a bit higher. It's probably more like this. You have like a lesser spike overall. You won't be quite as strong. But like you'll have like a more average strength. Does this make sense? You know what I mean? Like basically, Sorks are really good early, before they have MR, and they're really good later once you've got percent pen. But Lucidity Boots are basically always good, but never as good as Sorks at their peaks. Yeah, I don't know if I explained that well, but yeah. Did you ever think about moving away from OC to live elsewhere? I mean, like, I have given thought to it a few times. The thing is, like, I don't know. Like if I thought League of Legends was like my only future or whatever, I probably would, because like yeah, it makes sense that if all I'm gonna do is League, that I should move somewhere else. But honestly, I don't think League of Legends is like my major future anymore. I mean, I could be wrong, but I kind of just like don't think it is. And also I just don't want to move away if I can avoid it. Like I like living here, my friends are here, my family are here, so yeah. What about tier 3 Sorgs? Well, tier 3 Sorgs, tier 3 boots in general are just like, you gotta be really, really careful buying them because they delay your bigger spikes, you know? Here, I'll give you, oh my god, bro, I fucking love paint. So again, think of it like this. Let's say we have our timeline again, right? And let's say these little marks here are like 3rd dragon and 4th dragon, right? Actually, you know what? Let's do it like this. Maybe like 3rd dragon, 4th dragon. So if you bought, like, let's say you reset, like, right here. You could buy tier 3 boots in order to fight this 3rd dragon. That would be pretty good, right? But if you bought tier 3 boots here after 3rd dragon, it's probably bad, because what'll probably happen is, like, that will then mean that you don't have death cap for, or, you know, whatever item you're building for 4th dragon. Like, if that means that you get like death cap here right after dragon because you know you spent 500 more gold, then you're like really fucked, you know. So basically just treat boots, tier 3 boots, like an elixir. That's the best way of thinking about it. Can't leave Vestu behind, that's true. Fast queue times today, yes sir. I think it's because this account just has like really good MMR. Like this account has been Challenger like every season. In fact, I think it was Challenger earlier this season. Because it would have been Challenger before I went overseas. Yeah, I've actually been Challenger this season. So my MMR is still very, very good. You know, like I end up in yeah, like Challenger GM games. So it was a 54-minute game. Disgusting. What up, twin? Yo. StarCraft era? Yeah. I'm curious, what do you think about your future? Spill the beans on the big plan. I'm gonna try some more like, I guess there's two things I'm gonna try. I'm definitely gonna try some like video essay content. I'm thinking of making a video pretty soon about like why League of Legends is so hard to learn. And then I'm also going to try some sort of like story content almost. So, you know, videos, I'm not going to make it quite like this, but you know, videos where they're like, I spent 100 days doing X. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen there's like billions of channels doing these. I don't think I would do this format, but, you know, where you like play a game, narrate it. I think I could be really, really good at this. So I might do some sort of stuff like this. This format though is done to death. So I would not do this. Shock Tales. I was wondering what I should name the YouTube. No, I can't name it Shock Tales because then people will think I'm a furry, man. They'll just immediately be like, oh, you know, someone will hear Shock Tales. They won't read it, right? They won't read it's that form of Tales, and they'll be like, oh, that guy's a fucking furry. So no, I better not do that. I spent 100 days gooning in Korea. No, I didn't spend 100 days. I think it was more like 64 gooning. What are the gains and losses? I don't know, because I keep fucking losing. I think it's just like minus 10 plus 30 or something. Damn, this queue time is pretty nuts. It's Sunday too. Like, what is everyone doing? Why are we not all in the Rift just gaming? Other 36 days we're recovering? I mean, low-key, Korea did take quite a bit of time to recover. Did you ever make Apex content? I didn't, but I'd like to. It's always like this, it's cursed, don't play main. Bro, it's actually fucked. What having a 20-minute queue? I mean, I guess it's like kind of early for Sydney, but it's like 5:30 p.m. for me. Becoming Mr. Beast? No, I'm not becoming Mr. Beast. Let me charge my phone. 1 second, fellas. Also, let me get that water bottle. What's a good secondary champ for an Ori main? I would, I don't know. It depends if you want to play something that's just like similar. Like I would play Sinra if you want something kind of similar. But if you want to like cover the weaknesses of Ori, I guess I'd go for something like Lysandra. I don't know. Damn, this is cooked. This is actually cooked, guys. I've got to become a React streamer. I'm telling you guys right now. There's no point queuing up. Maybe we should just... Okay, hold on. I did put some videos that we could watch. Okay, what about
League of Legends
this one? Oh, yeah. This is topical, man. This is topical.
League of Legends has been...
Okay, let's see if you guys can hear this. You should be able to. Yep, okay. Alright, let's get a volume check. How's the volume sounding on this, guys? How does it sound compared to my voice? Am I a bit too loud?
To shake things up
bit
with the
too
new
quiet?
approach they've taken regarding Noxus and Ionia themes, as well as the inclusion of the new Otacon and Vita.
Little loud, like the video is a little loud, or I'm a little loud? Like which way? Video? Okay, we'll turn it down a little bit. Maybe like right there.
Objectives, public attitude towards the game has never been this low. Viewership is down across all platforms, YouTube and Twitch.
Okay, let's start from the beginning, because I wasn't watching. The main problem with League of Legends right now... Okay, you know what? I'm going to do the exact same thing I did on that other video. I'm going to make what I think the main problems with League of Legends are right now before we start. And let's see how it compares to theirs. So, main problems with League. Okay, I will say, number one, this is purely a me thing because currently I'm at home in Oceania instead of like bootcamping in Korea, but the queue times are absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like that's a personal thing. I don't know if queue times are, I mean, honestly, they're still pretty long, even in other regions. Like when I was playing in the US, like queues are pretty long in High-ELO, but I'd actually say for the average player, this is probably not that big a deal. So, you know, I might take it off. Maybe we'll put it back on. I'm not really sure. Okay, I would say for me, the biggest problem I have with League is game quality. So I think there are a lot of games in League that are kind of write-offs, you know? Like, not a ton, but enough that it's, like, frustrating, right? And I actually think this is worse in High-ELO. So game quality, I think, is generally caused by things like autofills or off-rolls or one-tricks being banned or, you know, that sort of stuff. Like, I hate when you load into a game and there's like a pretty good chance that you've already lost. You know, like if you have 3 autofills and they have none, and you'd be surprised how often that happens. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not meant to happen, but it does. It happens all the time. So game quality, I think, is like a massive thing for me. So let's write that down. Autofills, off-rolls. Like, I think in lower elos, it's maybe not so bad, but like if you're high-elo and you've got like, you know, someone who's off-rolled against, you know, someone in their main role, it's completely cooked. Like, I remember this one game I played in Korea where I was off-roll bot lane against Gumayushi's Caitlyn, you know? And it's like, how is that game meant to be fair? You know, it's like, for that to be fair, someone else has to be match made, like, really cooked as well. So, funnily enough, I won that game, but the reason was because, like, so I was 1300 LP against, like, 1700 LP Gumayushi, and then my jungler was, I think, Clid on a 2000 LP account against a jungler who was, like, 900 LP. And, like, what that does is it just creates a game that's, like, so incredibly unfair, like, for both sides, right? The Shaco is getting destroyed by Clid, and I'm getting destroyed by Gumayushi's Caitlyn, you know? And I just, like, I don't know. And the problem with this, and the reason why it's, like, hard to fix, is because this problem right here would be even worse if they changed this, right? Like, if they made it so there were no autofills and no off-rolls, whatever, the game, you know, the queue time would get even worse. So I almost think that this is something that has to be solved, like, it's something that has to be solved through other means. Like, if you could, for example, encourage more people to play in High-ELO, queues would get, like, faster, and, like, this problem would probably disappear. So I think, we'll write it down later, but I think they have to incentivize playing in High-ELO almost, like, artificially. We'll talk about this. I'm gonna write this. Well, I'll give examples. later. But yeah, I think that's like really, really key, because like I think there are a lot of people that stop playing in high-elo because the queues are too long, which makes the play worse, or they again stop playing because they just kind of realize that it's a waste of time. Like, you know, let's say that I'm not a streamer or whatever, right? I'm just like a challenger player. If I queue up, and I remember this actually happened to me last year when I was queuing up. I queued up 30 minutes for my jungle to be like an off-rolled one trick, and they jungled, and we like lost in 15 minutes. And like that just, it's like, why would I play this game? You know, like if that is what's waiting me when I queue up, like why would I bother? You know, so game quality is a big thing. Again, like I think that might have to be solved in other ways, but I think it's a big thing. I would say another thing that I really don't like is, I would say champion, I'm going to say lack of champion diversity. So there's a couple things with this. There is always going to be a meta, you know, and I would actually say that League is probably the most balanced game that I have ever played. But I also don't think it's balanced. You know, in fact, I don't even think it's close to being balanced. It's just that like game balance in general, I swear, is like really bad. Like I've never played a game that's even close to being balanced. So I don't know. I think that part of why the game feels so stale is because like the meta, it's not even like a meta so much anymore as it is like some of the champions that have been released, unless they just get like completely nuked in terms of stats, like, you know, take Aurora for example. Like her kit is so good that like unless Aurora's numbers just suck, Aurora will be meta for the rest of time, I think, anyway. Maybe I'll be wrong, but I think unless her numbers just don't do enough damage, she will just remain here. And the problem is that, like, champions themselves have, like, a lot of overlap these days, which means that, like, you know, for example, why play Cassio when you can play Talia? And Talia is, like, a better version of Cassio in almost every way and stuff like that. And so there's a couple ways to do this, or to fix this, I guess. So one is Riot can make like a lot of balance changes patch to patch, you know, like Riot can, you know, like they're doing now, they can buff random shit like Sars jungle and stuff like that. But the problem with that is like it only really fixes one champion at a time, right? Like it only adds one champion to the pool at a time. I think they really need to solve by focusing on items and runes. Like when items and runes get changed, way more changes about the meta than like one champ at a time, right? Because sometimes it's like, oh, that champ got changed. Like, yeah, sure, +1, we might be able to play that. But when they add like a new rune or a new item, suddenly that like opens up like tons of experimentation. You know, like it gives you a ton of options and stuff that like you can look to play. And again, it's just kind of like, it's kind of fresh, right? Like people just try new things, which is like, I think really important, because there are probably champs in this game that are actually better than people give them credit for, you know? But they don't get discovered because like you're kind of, you're not really encouraged to experiment in a way. Because it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess you can experiment, but it feels like most of the time you actually shouldn't, because the thing is like, by the time something new gets like found, everyone else will just like start playing it, right? But I think if there's like a bunch of things that can be found, if there's like a whole bunch of champions that are, how do I put this properly? If there's like 10 different champions that now could be viable, then trying them is way better than like, oh, we're going to try Salas the moment he gets changed, and now suddenly like, yeah, everyone plays Salas or whatever. Do you kind of see what I mean? And I also think just the uncertainty of it is really good. Like if you release an item that makes, say, damage over time champions better or something, there's kind of an uncertainty of like, you know, now are these champions actually good or not? Like, can we try them? Whereas it's like when you see like the buff they did to Salas jungle, it's like, okay, like there is no certainty. It's like we don't need to, or sorry, no uncertainty. We don't need to try this. We can just go and do it because like we already know it's going to be good. So I think that Riot really need to focus on items and runes. And I guess like another thing I'd really like to see is just in general, I think active items are like a big thing. I don't know, like this is all, I guess this is all gameplay stuff. I guess I should write gameplay here, but I think the lack of active items is pretty boring. But anyway, I'll come back to this after the game. We can talk about it a little more. Lysandra? Yeah, it's my bad, I'll come back to this. I might start from the beginning with the active items so I can think about it properly. Need to pull more damage out of runes and make them more utility based. Yeah, I'd love that. I think that is a good change. Roro seems perfect like how R used to be. It's all about numbers. Yeah, I kind of think the same thing. I think, I don't know, both those champs are just very good at what they do. What would be unbalanced about matching you in a true diamond lobby where the other team also has a GM mid laner, or even more extreme, a plat lobby? I mean, I just don't think it would be particularly interesting. Like, it would mean that, like, whichever GM player won would just, like, shit on everyone else, you know? I just think that would be kind of boring. You think they should bring back mythics with feedback? I mean, I don't like mythics. I don't like mythics being like, you have to buy them. I just like active items. Like, people think those are the same thing. Like, mythics and active are not the same things. Like, the mythics largely were actives, right? Oh, I fucking trolled my level 1 so hard. But, they don't have to be, you know? And, like, I don't want them to just, like, artificially bring back items that I have to buy. You love mythics? No, but you love, like, Gale Force, right? Like, Gale Force could be in the game without being a mythic. I think people just, like, they don't separate the two. That was a pretty good trade. Honestly, I didn't mind Gale Force. I honestly don't think Gale Force was, like, crazy broken. Like, the cooldown was really long. Like, sometimes it was good, for sure, but I think it was, like, it was overrated, in my mind. Hard matchup for Yasser? Kinda early. I mean, the problem is, like, he can't buy mercs, and you can't really afford to take cleanse either, which makes life pretty difficult for you in skirmishes. And, like, you also can't really take any turrets in the side against lists, so I don't know. It's not bad in the 1v1, but there's just, like, nothing for you really to do. Still doing ADC challenge? Yeah, I still will. I haven't finished it. Haven't seen anyone pick less. It's really good into, like, assassins or melees, and it's also really good when you have a jungler that doesn't have any CC. It's like, this game I have both, right? Like, I have a Kindred, a champ that just, like, brings damage. And then I also have, like, a melee champion that can't take cleanse and can't build mercs. So what is Janet up to? Big Pumper's ADC account? Yeah. Do you think Sasa or Kali is better? Not really sure. Oh, that was close. I think it's just situational. Ooh. Damn, this is fucked. Oh, and I gave a whole wave for it. I don't know why we're trying to fight when we have Janna and they have Alistar. Yeah. It's just a sub-champion death. Like, it's... Janna is good in alley, but not in early skirmishes. Tragic. Really fucking bad. I don't know, I should have said no to that. I kind of knew it was bad, but I was just, not confident enough. OC Child's only 50 players? Yeah, it used to be the same, but it used to be every region was 200, and then they made it so that smaller regions were 50 and big regions were 300. Just because it was a little more fair that way. How's everything been? It's been okay. Nothing special, nothing to report really. First. Oh my goodness, look who it is. The rift is no longer safe. Well, I should be able to hit 6 safely, I think. I don't think he can dive. Okay, we might be able to kill here. Okay, nice. That's pretty good. Okay, Talon's mid. I think I gotta try and push this. I can't run the Kindred. I don't think I can crush it, but I think it's okay. What keeps you interested in League all these years after having reached Challenger multiple times? I mean, I'd say, I don't know, it's a couple things. I guess, like, I really like the laning phase. It's kind of a shame that, like, there's lots of matchups now where the laning phase is, like, kind of fake. Like, this one being a good example. But, like, yeah, I think the laning phase is normally, like, very, very skill expressive, and I enjoy that, like, 1v1 aspect a lot. But yeah, it's tough now because the 1v1 aspect doesn't exist as much because, like, support jungle has so much influence, especially support. And also, like, D-Shield Second Wind and TP and validates, like, a lot of laning skill. Not that it, like, doesn't have skill, because it definitely does. Have to flash. That was too greedy there. Have ult soon. Now, Yasuo doesn't have ult for grubs, which is, like, kind of good. I'd have to ult myself. Lord Sindrius, into 6 months. We could try gank. Okay, I got the slow. I don't know if it's possible to chase. Probably don't need to though. I just realized we have Gangplank versus Nivea top. Crazy matchup. I'm a bit low. Jin's coming. Hopefully he just like gets the mark and then gets out. I don't think I can stay. Guy is getting kind of destroyed in jungle. Actually, I'm an Emerald Jungler changing to mid. I'm actually enjoying the mage playstyle, but I can't really decide between Victor or Ori. Which one do you recommend? I'd say Ori. I think more well-rounded than Victor. Are you a fan of Hollow Knight? I've played a tiny bit of it. We actually started playing it on the stream, but no, I've not played very much. I've got probably like an hour on the game, maybe. Oh, I'm dead. Damn. Fuck. The fucking hitbox on W is so insane. It's so bad. I was out one win condition. Think I lost the game there. What do you think is a good mage into melees and assassins? Lysandra, Talia, kind of. LeBlanc. You happy you waited 30 minutes for this game? Does it exceed your expectations? It's just such a good example of like why I don't really want to play anymore. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's so pointless. Oh, fuck. Would you consider moving to EU? No, it's too far away. Regarding your league career, is there anything you wish you did differently? Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sure everyone has, like, regrets and stuff. I'd say probably my biggest regret would be joining a weak team when I first went pro. I think one of the worst things you can do to your career is to join a team on the weaker side. It's much better to wait just until you're on, like, a stronger team. Like, and like, if you're not ready to be on a stronger team, then, like, get better before you try and do that. I think that's, like, really, really key. Because I think I wasted, like, probably, like, 2 years of my career, maybe, like, trying to climb out of, like, weaker teams. I've on 5. You ever boost for money? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it wasn't that worth it, honestly. What if you moved to Japan or Philippines playing the Korean server? I don't know. Like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to. Like, if I have to, like, move my entire life just to play League, like a game that I probably wouldn't even enjoy that much, like, even if I did move, I don't know, it just seems like so pointless. Because, like, it's not like the Korean server isn't, like, what's the word? Like, frustrating at times, right? Yeah, good base. I'd be very surprised we could win. I think that one time I died was, like, I couldn't afford to die there. I think after that it's just, like, game over. Like, where I got my AE blocked. What helped you improve when you were climbing? Watching replays, mostly. And comparing them to mine. What 2 champs would you recommend for a pull with Lissandra, e.g. when they don't go into a melee champ? I don't know, like Ori or something? Ori's pretty good into just about everything else. You gonna join the real world? No, I would definitely not join the real world. But, I'd just play a different game. I don't know, I think League is, like, it's really become a game that, like, doesn't respect your time, you know? At least in High-ELOs. Apex better? Apex has made some pretty good changes. But, again, they've got to get rid of this whole assisted aim thing. Until they do that, the game will always be tainted. You like to travel? Not really. Fuck. I knew that was coming and I still couldn't flash it in time. Yeah, AP Twitch seems really imbalanced, by the way. Like, this is the second time I've seen AP Twitch just, like, completely 1v9. Oh, and he lived. Wow, and he fucking killed him, too. Holy moly. Maybe we need to start playing some AP Twitch. Maybe that's the... Maybe that's the juice. Why don't you get back home to your parents? I am. I'm like 20 minutes away from my parents. Watch any of the OC games? Nah, I didn't. Is it over, or is there like another day, like this weekend? Started playing LoL and found your YouTube yesterday. Your videos are super helpful. Hell yeah, welcome, man. Damn, Gamehang died. I think I gave it a pretty good try. It was very close. I think I can TP top. Has it ever respected your time? I mean, I don't mind the decay thing so much. Like they did that specifically to make people queue up more. Like I don't have a problem with that, I guess. I think it's more the, I don't know, like again, just the prospect of like waiting 30 minutes for this game. Just crazy. I think I'm actually just gonna die here, by the way. Yeah, I can't really do much into that dude. It couldn't be a kill. No way. Watch them as much as you can. Show's about to retire. Mid lane will lose a great teacher. No, guys, I'm not about to retire. I'll probably still make videos. I don't know. It's just, I feel like League is, it's like not that fun at the moment for me. But I think everyone has that at some point. You know, I don't want to doom too much about it and be like, oh yeah, the game is just dead and everything. And I don't know. I do have fun in League sometimes. Getting burned out? Nah, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. I mean, I've actually barely played lately. Good try engage on Nivea. Just steel caps. Okay. I mean, I think the fight should be kind of winning. Oh, nice. I gotta deal with this dude. Okay. That game seems pretty winnable. Game is super stale. I mean, like, okay, maybe it is stale, but I honestly don't even think that's my problem. I think it's just like, I don't know. It's just like I honestly think playing ADC has changed my perspective of the game quite a lot. Like, after playing ADC, I feel like mid lane is super unfun in High-ELO. Like, all the things that people complain about with AD carry, I feel like are more things about mid, you know? Like, support reliance, or getting ganked all the time, and all that sort of stuff. Like, mid lane has that way worse than AD carry. And so, like, I guess, like, I put up with it before, and now it's just, like, now that I've experienced, you know, what the other roles are like maybe it's not even a League thing, and maybe it's just, like, a mid lane thing. Because I don't think it's, like, ever gotten... Or, sorry, I don't think it's, like, gotten way worse, like, recently. I think it's been like that for a while. I think it's more that, like, my perspective on it changed recently to where, like... I don't know. I guess I just feel, like, less willing to put up with that than before. Wait, what? Oh. One of my mouse buttons is bound to 3, apparently. That's weird. I don't know why. Because normally... Oh, yeah, my F keys aren't working. Oh, weird. Okay. It's the wheel has changed on my... thing here. Well, at least I don't know. Oh wait, no, they do know I have Nozonia. Oh, that actually could be an issue for this. Was OC ever considered a good region? I mean, like, I don't think it was ever considered a good region, but honestly, it used to not be so bad. It definitely... There was a time when, like, OC solo queue was not, like, the way it is now, for sure. Woo! Go Gangplank. Okay. What was the downfall? There's probably like 3 big changes. So change number 1 was when they made it so Oceanic players could, for like, I think it was like for 1 or 2 years, were not considered imports in NA. And that made a big difference because it meant that a lot of like the really good OC players went to NA. And so like, yeah, it's really good for them, obviously, but it was pretty bad for the region. Because it meant that, again, like we probably lost like a solid like 6 or 7 really good players. Then next big thing was at the end of 2020, OC League OPL stopped being funded by Riot. And it instead just became purely ESL, which meant it was all online instead of like LAN events. And what that meant is that no longer was there a gaming house for every team. There was only a gaming house for 2 or 3 teams. So rather than there being like 40 players, right, like 8 times 5 of players that were full-time, it became that there were realistically only like 10 or 15 players that were full-time. So that was another like big hit. And then finally, Riot, like, well, I guess not Riot, but like there was no more pro scene now at the end of 2024. So now there's like no incentive for people to play, basically. Like the few people that still did want to be pro or whatever, there's just like no incentive for them. So yeah, basically region is doomed. I think I cut it away a bit too far there. Did you try to go pro in NA? Yeah, I went to NA in 2019, and I got to rank 13, which I was pretty happy with. And I got to trial for... I think I got to trial for Golden Guardians Academy or an Evil Geniuses Academy, but I didn't make the cut for either. I think I was definitely good enough. You know, obviously I can't say the reasons I wasn't picked. I would have said that it's just like a lot about who you know, but it's possible that like I just wasn't as good as I thought I was, you know? And I mean, I definitely think that I got like, you know, like that was in 2019. I think I was definitely like way better in 2020, so that's part of it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would have said I'm good enough, but obviously everyone's gonna think they're good enough, right? Like, you're gonna be like mega biased. Holy shit, I did so much damage. Problem is our team's so far. If he can get out, it's not too bad. Damn, well played. Yeah, I think that's not too bad. I mean, they're very... well, are they low? I guess that guy has no egg. Wow, he takes no fucking damage. Oh, it's because he has Collector. Oh, well, maybe it was my bad. Maybe I went too early. I think Pigina might be the best support. I mean, maybe. Who knows? Oh, the wind wall tech. Who's the best Sona in OS? Are you the only Sona in OS? Might just be you.
An enemy has been slain.
Bye. I'm trying to think who plays Sona. Whoever's playing on Kyose's account plays Sona. Or maybe Kyose plays Sona. Doesn't seem like he would, though. That's Mar? Oh, Marianne? Maybe. It's not Kyose's account? Oh, really? It was, like, shared to begin with? How's the trial work? Do you play 1v1s or 5v5s? Yeah, normally you play just, like, some 5v5 scrims. Think Nivea mid is decent? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's not bad. Does Q times and OC affect how you feel about the game? Yeah, but I actually think it's like maybe not for the reason you think. Like, I don't necessarily mind waiting a long time for like a good game. But the problem is it's like the way matchmaking works is like basically it just takes like as long as it needs to like find a decent game. You know what I mean? So like that doesn't necessarily mean the game is going to be high quality, right? Like let's say in E West, maybe it takes like 5 minutes to find a decent game, 10 minutes to find a good one. And in Korea, again, maybe it's the same. Like 5 minutes to find a decent game, 10 minutes to find a good one. The problem with OCE is that like you might wait like 30 minutes and there still might not be a good game. In fact, there's almost definitely not a good game. So that's really frustrating. I don't mind waiting longer if the game quality is high, but there is no high quality game. Why not play in low diamond and just play for fun? Well, I don't know. For me, like winning is fun, and I just think winning against diamond players isn't that fun. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, not to like be rude, but like playing against diamond players is kind of like playing against bots. So like, yeah, I don't know. I can get ult off here. Oh my god, barely. Oh my god. Actually, slowly it's over 4. No, I mean, guys, obviously diamond players are like quite a lot better than the average player. That's why I didn't want to say that. But like compared to a challenger player, like there's such a huge difference between like a diamond and a challenger that it's like kind of not that fun, you know? I'm a Go player, I'm the tutorial. That implies you can teach me something. Okay, sorry, that was so fucking mean. I'll stop being mean again. I'm not really an elitist, you know, I'm just trying to put it into perspective. No, I'm not really an elitist. I try not to be. You try to lose? Normally get to Diamond Apex and Sporting Play vs. Goal. Yeah. Do you have any example VODs where you get absolutely no help from the team, the enemy laner gets bailed out? I'm sure I do. I'm sure I do. I think it's, yeah, if you looked at my old, like, unranked to master, like, road to rank 1s, I'm sure there will be games. I'm not sure, like, off the top of my head, though. Ooh. No, I couldn't get the W off.
Shut down.
I got death cap, but Jesus. I fucking exploded. Okay, we're in a bit of trouble here. I think they might be able to do Dragon. Have any recent games in mind? Nah. I think there's, I remember there's like an Ori game somewhere in the series, but no. I don't know. It wouldn't be easy to find, I'm afraid. Unless you, like, I don't know, like, scrolled through the titles and, like, maybe there was something that, like, made it kind of... Oh, wait, I thought this was their soul. Yeah. I don't know. Look through the... Just go to the playlist of, like, those series and just, like, look through the titles and see if there's anything that, like, kind of, says that or tells you something like that. But, no, I don't have anything off the top of my head. Had a kind of Heimer? Yeah, like, longer range mages. Cinder's good. Yeah, anything that's like a long range mage is normally pretty good. How autistic is the pro scene? I mean, the pro scene is really autistic, but guys, like, I've told this story on stream before, but like, we used to do autism power rankings, like how autistic each of us were in our gaming house, and I was like pretty consistently like rank 2 or 3, so like, I can fit in with the autists just fine, okay? I was never rank 1. We, you know, we definitely had a rank 1. And it wasn't me, but... Okay, well, I got the guy's ult. Oh, nice, the guy's just dead. Nice, I managed to root him out of range of Twitch. I guess we end. Oh, crazy game to win. I thought we for sure lost. He's straight up lying. Guys, fucking screenshot. I was never rank 1. 2018, 2017, I would not have been rank 1 on those teams. GG's, boss. What's some one tricks that have potential to get you to high challenger? I would just go and look at high challenger and just check. Rank 1 in what? In autism power rankings for our pro teams. GG's, boss. Yeah, you put in some work this game. That's good shit. Umber make chow? No, I haven't finished him. Promoted, how does it feel? Look, never been better. I cleared you, Crab clears you. Yeah, you guys are like giga ultas, for sure. And brand the ADC climb. I'm just putting in some games on mid. I'll be back to the ADC climb pretty soon, I think. What was my lowest rank? I got placed in silver 5. I live for your climbs. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. All right, we're gonna go back to watching this video. I can't. Oh yeah, that's right. I was raging about this. Okay, let's start the active items thing again because honestly, I don't remember what I was talking about. But I do think I would really like to see more active items. I guess it's like not exactly like a problem with the game, but I think that one of the ways to just like make each individual game like more different is to get away from like the same cookie cutter builds because, you know, that just means that everyone has like the same stats and everything. And there's like a pro and con to that. Like having builds that are a bit harder means that like you've got to be really careful how you do this because okay, think of a game like Deadlock. I don't know if you guys have played Deadlock, but I played a little bit of Deadlock, and there's so many items to begin with that it's like super overwhelming that I just had like no clue what was going on. You know what I mean? So you've got to be quite careful with this. Like you don't want to add so many different options that the person just has like no idea what to do, right? But again, I think there's like a lot of active items that were like really, really good. Like I always think of Redemption. I think Redemption is like a super, super good item. Like it's, you know, it's quite visual, it's quite powerful, it's pretty fair, right? Like it takes skill to use. I think like that's a good example of like a perfect active item. I think if active items are like generally like skill shots and stuff rather, or like, you know, area of effect and stuff as opposed to point and click, I think that's good. Like I think something like DFG, despite being fun, was probably not super fair. You know, like Prowler's Claw and shit, again, probably not super fair. But yeah, I think active item, I'd like to see more active items in general. So I think for me, those are the biggest gameplay things. I guess like one other thing is just generally like moving the game off rails. So I think this is actually more of like a, oh, actually, while I remember, I'm going to write this so I can rage about it. I think this is more of a pro play thing, but like you guys kind of know how the game is very much like, in pro play, it's pretty much like, okay, they fight for dragon, and then they wait 5 minutes, and they fight for dragon, and then, you know, there's like another 5 minutes of just like doing nothing. So the reason that is, in my opinion, is because like everything, or like gold in general, is worth a lot less than it used to be. So like gold leads themselves are not useless, but like kind of fake. You know, like nowadays, ultimately the game is one of like Dragon Soul, Baron, or Archon, probably. And normally like a combination of the three, right? So because those things have become so important, everything else has kind of become like not important at all. I actually think if you made dragons and Atacon and stuff less important, each individual thing to fight for would become more important. You know what I mean? Like I actually think if you made things like jungle camps and scuttles and stuff worth more as the game goes on, like much more, you would see fights and stuff for them. But the problem is it's just like, who cares? You know, it's like, okay, we both just like handshake, we both just farm, and then, yeah, we'll fight for the big objectives. And personally, I hate Atacon. I don't mind Dragon Soul because it takes some effort to get, right? Like it takes you stacking 4. And I actually quite like Baron. Like I think Baron's pretty fair. It's like not easy to do and it still takes skill to use the buff. Atacon though, I hate Atacon. Atacon is a permanent buff and it's very, very easy to do. Like, you can solo Atacon, right? Like, not most champs, but like, most junglers can solo Atacon. And like, it's not even that hard to do. So I fucking hate Atacon. I'd love to see Atacon go on. And I guess, like, okay, my final thing that I hate about the gameplay is the bounties. So I think I really don't like that champion bounties are not split. I would much rather champion bounties were like objective bounties where they're split amongst the team. You know what I mean? Because I think the issue is that, like, if you give a bounty to the wrong person, the game is like really cooked. Like, if you, for example, die and give a 1k bounty to Jinx, you're in like big trouble, right? But like, if you die and you gave, say, a 1k bounty to, I don't know, like, not even a support. Like, obviously, if you give 1k to like Alistair or something, it's whatever. But like, if you give 1k to like Jarvan or something, it's like not even that big a deal, right? So I think that's really annoying because like what it makes a lot of the game, like, if you have a bounty, you're now incentivized to just like do nothing. So I'd way rather this were either shared amongst the enemy team or the bounties were like capped lower. You know, like, let's say, for example, rather than 1k, the max you could give was like 500 or 600. But, you know, like, you would die once and then you'd have the 506 bounty again. Something to where it's like, not just, oh, like, you have a giga bounty and now you can't, you know, play the game, really. Like, you just kind of have to go AFK. And, oh my, I could keep going on this. But another thing I really hate is that, like, bounties, you know, like, killing certain champs is a lot easier than others, right? Like, let's say, for example, that you have, I don't know, like a... I'll give a mid-lane example because I play these champs, but I'll give you like 3 examples. Let's say you have a 1,000 gold bounty on Syndra compared to an 1,000 gold bounty on Talia compared to an 1,000 gold bounty on like Echo, right? So all of those are worth the same amount of gold, but Syndra is like very immobile, very easy to kill. Talia, you know, has like quite a bit of HP in her build. She has phase rush, a lot of self-peel, and then finally you've got Echo, who's like really hard to kill, you know, and all of those are worth the same amount of gold, but they're not all equally as hard to kill. In fact, Syndra probably will die at some point, right? There's almost nothing she can do about it if you're against the right composition, you know, because like the problem with power creep in this game is like there are certain champions that will just kill you eventually. Like, think of something like Flash Relalt or I don't know, like an Mbessa flank or something. Like, at some point you will just die to these if you don't have Flash. And I think it's like kind of unrealistic to expect to you know, position so far away that you can't be engaged on. Right, again, it depends what you're against. Sometimes that's true. You know, you might just have to play back and wait until they use stuff, but other times it's like, I mean, unless you're willing to just like do no damage the whole fight, you're just AFK sitting there doing nothing. So I really hate the bounty system too. Atacon is good, not as punishing as Nashor, so if you lose the game, it's over. Really, I like disagree completely. I think Atacon is way better than Baron in solo queue. I think that Baron, people fuck up in solo queue all the time, and it's only temporary, right? Like, if you survive the Baron, the game's in a good spot still. And like, they can definitely mess it up. Like, if someone gets picked, their Baron's over. If they, I don't know, they like desync their tempo or something, like they waste the Baron. But Atacon, it will help you the entire rest of the game, and it's extremely easy. Like, you could probably say that, like, Atacon is, like, better... Sorry, Baron is better in Challenger, maybe? But I genuinely think even in Challenger, I would rather have Atacon than Baron. I mean, obviously you want both, right? But especially for how easy it is to do Atacon, I feel like it's very unfair. Because, like, again, Baron is, like, hard to get, right? Like, it's not easy to do Baron. It's in a place of the map that's, like, pretty easy to contest. And it's much harder to do. Whereas, like, a lot of the time, you lose Atacon, or, like, you know, one person gets chunked or whatever, and Atacon's just, like, gone. Because it's in a place where, like, you can't really contest, right? Like, that's one of the problems with Atacon is, like, if your team is losing around Baron, there's still lots of paths to contest. If you're losing Atacon, though, you know, you can basically only go this way or this way, which is pretty much the same place. I mean, like, you could try go this way, but most likely, unless this turret's alive, you just get, like, wrapped and die. So, I don't know. I think it's... I'm a huge Atacon hater. I hope it gets deleted. Oh, wait, you already typed in chat. Think Ryze is a good blind pick? I'd probably say no. I think you can make it work. And I think in really high elos, especially in Korea, it can be, but I'd say no. What if they swap Baron with Dragon? As in, like, where it is, you know, like, on the map? I think it'd be interesting. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe I'd like that better. I don't know. I think I would just like Atacon to not be a permanent buff. I just think permanent buffs should, like, be earned. You know what I mean? Like, something like Dragon Soul being a permanent buff, I think is, like, fine, you know? Because, like, it takes a long time to give earned. It's not easy. But, yeah, compare that to Atacon, where, like, bro, you just chunk someone out at 20 minutes and suddenly you get it. Like, I feel like it's not in the same universe at all. Do an ASO guide? I made an ASO guide ages ago, but yeah, I haven't made one in forever. Best standard Lysandra build? I would say Blackfire Zonya Deathcap, but I think Lysandra is situational, like her build. But I think that's like your default. I think when you lose naturally, you can't push waves, you lose a dragon, a little XP and a snowball on kill effect isn't as OP. Bro, what do you mean a little XP? Like, I agree that the snowball on kill thing is like not amazing, but Atacon gives like your entire team like pretty much like 20 AD or AP, and then also like an entire level each. I think that's like a ridiculous amount of stats. And again, like, you know, I kind of agree that, like, while they have Baron, it's worse than while they have, or, like, those 3 minutes are worse than Atacon. But again, like, Atacon is, like, the rest of the game, you know? That's the thing. It's, like, the entire rest of the game. Nasher gives a lot of XP. Yes, but it's, like, harder to do. It's way harder to do. Like, you can't just randomly do Baron, you know? Like, it's not like one person gets chunked and Baron's instantly gone. Most of the time. I mean, it can happen, right? Like, I'm not going to say that there aren't times it happens where they have, like, a lot of DPS or whatever. But I think, like, Baron is really not that... Or, sorry, is quite hard to do. And is rather fair in the rewards it goes. Help shock, my mid's hole is pinker than yours. Fuck.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, we actually are lucky. This guy picked Millie instead. Useless champ. Thoughts about Mel? I don't really like Mel. I think her damage is just too inconsistent. That's what it feels like to me. Like, she can do damage, but the problem is that, like, compared to other champions, the damage is, like, not... It's not guaranteed. Her Q is really slow, and her E... Honestly, her E is really slow, too. Oriana Scalar champ, just a lane bully? She scales okay. She's not like a super scaler. Definitely more of a lane bully than a scaler. Execute doesn't make up for that. Well, it's pretty hard to actually get like your execute thing to high stacks because the stacks fall off when you don't hit them, right? And like if your abilities are hard to hit consistently, then especially when people have like a lot of movement speed, it's really hard to like keep stacked. Oh, I forgot that guy started A. Could just sit in lane farm, get objective, and be chilling. If you play the right build, you can. Like, if you went, say, Phase Rush, Tier, Roa, Seraph or something, and Gathering Storm, like, yeah, you could do that. I think at that point, you kind of would prefer to play, like, Syndra instead, because Syndra definitely scales better. But, like, you could do it on Ori, if you wanted. I just don't think it's... I don't think it's the best at that point. I think this game I'm going... Seraph Leandri probably, or Seraph Criploom, I don't know which. I guess it's Seraph Leandry because I have an 80 top. If I had AP top, it was probably Seraph's Crippler. But yeah, this should be fine.
First blood. An ally has been slain.
Did she start volleys topside? I'm confused. I think she did volleys red, didn't she? Jace OTP and Master find the Ahri matchup pretty free. Starting Ahri cheat sheet put his favorite. What mistakes low Ahri's make should be aware of. I think it's mostly just like Ahri bullies Jace for the first like 2 levels, and that like should put her in a pretty big lead. It's really hard also to queue onto Ahri because if she holds her charm properly, like you're not gonna be able to dodge it. You know, like, you can queue in and try instantly dodge the side, which will work against noobs, but, like, if you get hit by it, you're going to be kind of cooked, so you're sort of relegated to just, like, poking with Q, but, like, yeah, again, it's, like, kind of hard to get pry on the first couple levels. Like, when Jace vs. Ahri was played in pro play, you'd see the Jace actually start D-Shield, because the matchup early was so rough. Is going W match with comment ever good? Yeah. Yeah, it's good in a lot of games. It's not good this game, in my opinion, because Bel'Veth or are too spooky. Like, it's really good versus Zoe individually, but the problem is that it's just going to make my team fighting and skirmishing too difficult. I'll just be too immobile with an out phase rush. Morgana mid viable. I mean, everything's viable to like some degree, right? I think Morgana mid's probably like, it's probably like Malzahar. Like it's good in lower elos. I think it's bad when people can punish properly. But like, yeah, it's probably underrated a bit in lower elos. You guys think Aurora should be nerfed? I mean, they should eventually, but I don't know. Riot hasn't really nerfed a whole lot of champs lately. Or like a lot of the good ones, you know? I mean, at least for mid, like the champs that are OP now have been OP for just forever, which is super annoying. Like Talia got a tiny nerf. Ori didn't even get a nerf. Aurora didn't get a nerf. I guess they nerfed Azir, but then they just like buffed him back up like straight after. It's like, what's the point? Okay, Bel'Veth's ball, that's good. The cinematography lights? I know, that's sick, right? One of my flatmates is like a, he's like a video producer guy. So he helped me set it up, set me up with the juice. Oh my god, the perfect Orianna combo, no? Even pulled him back into me for the auto? My goodness. We're so back. Right. Nerfing the perma 1v3 lane sounds wrong. I mean, I think they just need a nerf support. Like, if they made it so support couldn't couldn't like run around the map, it would be so much better. Like if support were just chained to bot lane, or if support came mid and got punished harder for it, it wouldn't be too bad. I think that's like a lot of it for me. Is like it doesn't feel very proportional in terms of like the risk versus reward for the support. Like if they fuck it up, almost nothing happens, but if they succeed, like your game is really cooked, you know. Get some deep vision here. I might be able to cheese Zoe here. She has no flash, and I have flash for 5 seconds. I think he lives. Damn, he's a tanky boy. Holy shit. What is that? What's going on up there? Do you go Mercs this game? No. No. I don't think so. The only thing Mercs is good against here is Zoe, and I mean, I wouldn't buy Mercs just for Zoe. It's too much of a gold investment. Like, it's so expensive to go Mercs. How do you play from behind? How did you win that Lysandra game going 2-4? I mean, like, a lot of the time you just get carried, right? Like, I would say the Lysandra game I got kind of carried. Like, if you're behind, like, naturally your impact's gonna be lower. I have a video on my YouTube of, like, how to play from behind, but, yeah, the reality is, like, it's tough, you know? The best fix is not to fall behind in the first place. Oh my god, I'm just smoking these nerds. Okay, this guy fucking... Junglers laned and laners farm jungle? Oh, fuck this guy, man. Might have been able to live. Maybe I would have lived. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Or is 46 CSPM? Or 46 CS? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what even happened to this guy. I guess Darius has just been blasting him, but then, like, Belva's been bailing him out. What is coming out of Belva that is so tower beasing? She's got 3 grubs, and she's also got her little, like, void remoras or whatever they're called. And then she has a lot of attack speed, too. So, like, yeah, she shits on turrets. Dude, Orange just laning top. Wow, they're all laning top. Do I need to go defend top tier, too? I think I don't want to go out top and die. Slatin. I'll say Slayton. Thanks for Prime. I think I can live this. Worst case, I just ult the wave. I think I had to do this, by the way. Like, it would have been better, probably, normally, to stay mid, but because I have so many, like, grubs and it's Belveth, I think just going top one wave to stop that was pretty important. Main round is Slayton, okay. Sane and Slayton, yeah, I got you. What do you recommend more for Lario, Solo Queue, Cinder, or Ori? Cinder's easier, I think. Cinder's more forgiving. I wonder if that changes my build. Would that ever change my build to Death Cap second? Maybe? Nothing? Yeah. I think it does. Hope you and chat are doing well. Yeah, we're scaling. We're scaling. I better go mid. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Isn't Merc Rush Darius Grief? Yeah, it seems pretty troll. I don't think it really does anything here. First live in your stream, I saw about 30 hours of YouTube. I think you're explaining the best. Hope you're recovered from yesterday and having fun in the mid again. I mean, there's no such thing as fun when League of Legends is involved. But I'll try my best. Thank you, though. Appreciate the kind words. I think I might need to follow this, actually. Never mind, I'm just laning for Spellman. Wow, this game is quickly becoming a shitfest. Have you been doing this too long when you're reading chat and CSing under turret autopilot without a thought? Yeah, I wonder how many creeps I've killed in my life. I could probably, like, figure it out. Like, just average CS across all roles times, like, the number of games I've played. Which I also don't know how many games I've played, but maybe I can figure it out. This is going to be pretty tough, I think, to contest. I don't know how we're meant to fight this. I mean, if this guy, like, ints early, maybe? Could try ult it. Nice. It's a pretty good play. Damn, she gets my bot turret. 20k games? Yeah, I have no idea how many games I would have played. I think 250 CS per game is probably a bit too high. But, like, yeah, it's got to be in the millions, right? It's got to be millions of creeps killed. I feel like 250 creeps is probably too high because of, like, other roles. And also, like, just not every game goes that long. I think also 20k games might even be too low. I'm pretty sure it is. Love the bounty going to Seraphine. I mean, at least Seraphine's like a champ that uses the gold. Like, yeah, it's not ideal, but it's not terrible either. I really need to not die because I think the way I can carry this game is by going Magi's. Okay, Belvet's mid. Oh, I'm just fucking running at this guy. I just played fucking melee range Ori. I mean, it was actually good though, right? When I get here, I think it's a dub. Bro, that guy just fucking missed Millier. Oh my god. I missed my QW. Yeah, well, I think if I go Death Cap Magi... I think I go Death Cap Magi. Actually, do I go Magi? Maybe I can't yet.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
No, I will. Fuck it. Yeah, holy moly, I'm fed. When you go Archangel, I pretty much always go Archangel. It's a good default.
Why are they running?
I guess... Oh, they're really gonna try fight? This seems kind of psychotic. Yeah, they use a lot, but... Like, I hit Yunar, but... Damn, I missed again. Fuck, am I dead? I think I live. Nice. I don't think I played this fight perfectly, sadly. But I lived. I did lose Flash though. Or let me lose Atacon maybe? I mean, I could TP. Oh, I don't have TP. I'll go Blue Trinket. Maybe we can stop it in time. Oh, it does it really fast though. I get here pretty quick too. I've got Magi move speed. I don't know if Belva just one-shots it though. I think it's just dead. Well, 7k. Dang, it doesn't die. Oh my god, I killed her. I think I'm fucked though. But I got my phase rush proc. No, I missed my W. Okay, I'm still alive. Holy fuck, I actually shit on that Zoe. Wow, she didn't die. That's fucked. So low. Jesus, man. Why phase rush was Scorch? Because I'm against a mid that doesn't have sustain, so there actually is Scorch value. Almost always I go phase rush with Gathering, but this game, like, yeah, Zoe has no sustain, so it's actually not bad. You play off stream? No. No. And no, this account was never a D4. Game's gonna be really hard. Like, they got Atacon, and I think we get outscaled. We've got Surfing scaling, which is pretty good, but, like, we don't have an 80 carry. Oh, he's playing Lethal Varus. And... yeah, they have, like, Yanara. They have Ornn. I mean, I guess they're, like, pretty weak. I'm not sure I feel comfortable going bot.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, there's no objective. Big clock shock the G, that's me, baby. I think I should have swapped back to yellow trinket. Okay, I see Bel'Veth. I needed the blue trinket for the Otacon, but I think swapping back to yellow there might have been good. Shem's good in Assassins. Diana herself is pretty good in Assassins. Lysandra's pretty good in Assassins. LeBlanc's good into all of those that are not, well, not into Diana, but yeah. Yearning for Aurora? I played Aurora last stream. It was a 54-minute game and we lost. I did 88k damage. My top laner did 100k damage. I think their AD carry did 100k damage. Their mid did 20k, so that's how you know I was 4 times better. Still Seraph? Oh, my Seraph didn't even proc. Fuck. Thickening. Okay, well, if they do it, I'll TP back. Damn, that guy's full HP. Cool. Might be able to buy time for my ulti here. Ooh. Oh my god, I got her. Oof. Yeah, I barely got her. I don't know if I can do anything with it though. I think I'm honestly like more of my team than she is. That was Hui. He's fine. He's just like a low A. Like, he's fine. We do top lane to master. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do other roles because of the new like smurfing changes and stuff. Is great bot? I think Ziggs is a way better bot. Is Victor good? Good into other mages. I think again, kind of similar to Hui. Like, he's just fine. Oh, I don't have TP actually. I can't go bot. What smurfing changes? Oh, there's like so many of them. Overall, they're just like trying to incentivize not smurfing. Well. And as long as you level the account yourself. I think they did say some stuff about like... Can we ever... Wait, my ult didn't hit Yannara? Okay. Fuck, I don't know how my ult didn't hit Yannara. I think that's GG. Seems too hard. Damn. Not hard. Oh, the Thaliverse is just too weak if you don't get ahead early. Switch to Deadlock. I played like 2 or 3 games of Deadlock, and I think, I mean, it was fun, but, I'm not sure I like it enough to like want to play a lot of it. I've got a lot of other games to play, so I don't know. Play the Doom mods? Nah, I still have yet to play Doom mods. About Legends? Yeah, maybe that's the end game. Damn. Tuffy. 10k damage Varus, bro. He did less than Moonstone Seraphine. People are saying it's like a bot account or sold account. Or a Dom Gap. Are we sure this is not... What were you guys saying about this guy's account? I think I played with this guy, didn't I? I played with him on my other account? No, I played with him when I was Nautilus. Oh, I remember that game. They were flaming each other. What about my other account? Oh yeah, I had his Vex. How was Radier's Zoe? Is this actually Radier? Ken was bumming on John before end split. Now look at it. Yeah, it does seem to have changed a bit. What can they do about smurfing? I mean, I think the biggest thing is just to like ban accounts that were botted, right? I think like the vast majority of Smurf accounts are botted. And so like even that would make a huge difference. It'd go a really long way. I'm not sure how far back like the records go. Like maybe now it's like too late. You know, if you can't like retroactively ban accounts that were banned in norms, or sorry, that were leveled in norms. But I swear it can't be that hard, man. Like surely Riot James can figure it out. So you get for queuing mid? I mean, my mid lane has been fucking miserable so far. I'm very tempted to go back to 80 carry. You know, our champ is something? Yeah, champ's broken. Do you look at your map at least every 5 seconds or so? I try and just... I know this is going to be useless advice, but... Like, you want to look at the map when you need to look at the map. You know what I mean? Like, you're not... It's not like you look at the map every 5 seconds. It's just... You look at the map, like, when you're vulnerable. You know, like, for example, if you need to check where the junglers start, or if you're pushing up and you need to... I don't know, see where they are before you ward, or you need to check where your jungler is before you ward, or something like that. You know what I mean? You'll kind of get to know the timings where, like, looking at the map matters, and then you'll look at the map during those times. Done with AD? No, I'm mostly playing mid because I haven't played a lot of mid lately, and a lot of people have been asking for it, but I don't know. I think AD carry is a lot more fun than mid, so I'm kind of looking forward to going back to it. Looking kind of sweaty. I think it's just the light. Thanks for 13 months, though. Appreciate that. Another react video? Yeah, I mean, we're in the midst of reacting. We need to finish this. I was talking about all the like, we're going to watch this video here, the main problems with League of Legends, but I've been going through what I think my problems are first. I think I'm almost done with the gameplay section. Is there anything else? Okay, you know what? Last gameplay section... I will say support. Support is a big gameplay thing. So specifically, the risk reward of like ganking other lanes is support. The thing I hate about this, like I don't mind that supports can gank mid. I actually think support should be able to gank mid because if it's just like, you know, if all the early game was like 3 lanes laning, it would probably be pretty fun to play, but it'd be really boring to watch, especially in competitive, right? So I think it's fine, and actually good for the game that supports can move. The problem is that, like, supports don't get punished nearly enough if the roam or the move doesn't work, you know? Like, they can sit there for ages and it can be fine. They can, you know, even gank you twice sometimes, like in a row, and it can be fine. They just, like, don't lose enough. So I think that's, like, really, really, I think that's really important. Like, I think that it's really hard to balance this in general, but a thing I'm a big believer of is I think something should have, like, rough parity in terms of how easy it is to counter as it is to execute. So if it's, like, really easy to make these ganks work, then they also should be really easy to counter, or they just, like, shouldn't be that rewarding. And I don't think that's the case at all. Like, support can gank other lanes super easily. They can gank the junglers super easily, and they barely lose anything. And it's really not that hard to pull off. So I think that needs, like, a big look at it. But I think overall, that's my issues with the gameplay. Okay, now how about, like, the out-of-game stuff? Smile. Yo, Schultz, thanks for the 9 months. Do you think limiting pings and hiding champs like chain names are good changes? I think they're both irrelevant. I don't think it has any bearing. Okay, out-of-game things. So, yeah, I kind of talked about this before with, like, the queue times. So this is kind of like, yeah, queue times / like high-elo in general. I think that's, like, the issue, but it's not, like, the root cause. You know what I mean? So basically, like, back in the day, people used to play in high-elo, like, quite a bit more. And the thing is, like, as fewer people play in high-elo gets, like, worse and worse, right? Like, if some people decide, oh, solo queue's, like, not good anymore, and they go and play on a smurf, they go play a different game, that just, like, feeds into itself, right? It's cyclical. So I think a really big thing would be to, I would actually say, re-enable duo in high-elos. I think that's a pretty controversial take, and actually, as a pro player, I was extremely against duo in high-elo, because Riot is correct, and the duo does make the game, like, unfair, and you could argue that that actually does impact game quality, right? I think it does. It's definitely a negative towards game quality, but I think with duo queue in the game, people are more likely to play in high-elo, and it creates much better content. Like, if you guys think back to you know, like, kind of the golden days of League, there's a lot of, you know, especially for NA, right? Like, duo content was really big. Think of, like, Sneaky Rush or someone. Think of, like, who else? Like, I'm a Cutie Pie used to duo with people all the time, right? Like, I think there's, like, a lot of content, and, like, League in general is, like, more fun to watch if there's, like, yeah, if it's, like, duo. And it's more fun to play, too. So, even though I think duo negatively impacts game quality, I think because duo incentivizes more people to play, you would actually have better game quality because it'd probably be fewer autofills and off-rolls because there'd just be more people playing, I think. So I would like to see duo. And that's kind of what I mean by disincentivized playing in high-elo. I think that would be one way to do it. I think, what else are other ways to incentivize playing in high-elo? Let me just ban a champ. I think another one is, like, kind of what they're doing, like, sort of, like, nuking smurfing in general. I don't think smurfing is actually, like, as much of an issue as people think, but I do think that, like, it all adds up, right? Like, every person that smurfs is, like, one less player playing in high-elo. So I do think what they're doing right now, I mean, I'll write it down, but, like, the nuking smurfing thing, I think it's a good change, especially the botted accounts. I think leveling accounts is fine, and like I said, I don't have, like, a super big issue with that. Hold on. I think smurfing itself is fine. I think botted accounts are problematic because it just ends up being, like, so many of them. So I think that's good. What other out-of-game issues? Aren't the majority of smurfs just diamonds? Yes, that's why I say, like, I don't think smurfing as a whole is, like, a huge problem. But, like I said, like, there are definitely challenger players that, like, go and smurf and, like, lower elos, right? Like, it happens sometimes. I don't know. Other out-of-game things? For me, I actually don't have many other, like, out-of-game things, I don't think. Like, personally, I don't care about, like, the gacha and everything. Like, I think it's bad for the game overall, but, like, I don't care, and I don't think it really impacts the game. I don't know. Is there anything else for out-of-game? Most of my issues are with end-game. Queue time is a big thing. What am I playing here? I think this is Corki angle. Mid Kiana? Maybe it's mid. Yeah, mid Kiana. I'm your brand? Oh, hell yeah. Matchmaking with bad MMR. Yeah, I kind of put that with game quality. I guess you're right. Like, maybe that is out of game. But I think that just, like, kind of comes from, like, the queue times, you know? I think all that sort of stuff just kind of, like, bundles together. I don't know. I'm not sure I really have, like, another huge out-of-game issue. I mean, we'll watch the video after this, and maybe we'll add to it. I'm curious to see what he thinks the main problems are. I guess it would just be, like, the meta. But that's... I put it in gameplay. Yeah. Alright, we'll watch the video after this game. Wait, what? Oh, it's action. Bring him in a counterpick, you can blind him. You can blind him, but I don't think he's, like, that great a blind, but, like, you can. He's probably, like, the best AD mid blind, but the thing is just, like, blinding AD mid is, like, really not ideal. I think blinding AD mid is very punishing. RP rewards, depending on placement. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have seen people, like, do stuff like incentivize, trying to incentivize, like, a cash prize or something, you know, incentivize High-ELO that way with a cash prize, but I don't know if it's actually good. Can I blind Ori? Yes, sir. Actual punishment of bad behavior. Yeah, actually, I think that's a pretty good point. I'll write it down. I'll talk about it after. Blind Bill LeBlanc every game, she has no counters. Pepe laugh.
Minions have spawned.
What? They're swapping? Or are they just both top? I think Aishan versus Skorky should be, like, fine for me. Oh, wait, they're also full AD. Holy moly. Okay, Steel Cap's angle. Damn. Just did red to mid. That's weird, but I guess it's good. I don't think this is allowed. Damn, I don't think I can flash. Ooh, maybe? Fuck. I couldn't flash this way because of Pantheon. 3-0 action. Cancer game. That's pretty annoying. I thought it was versus Kiana. I mean, I didn't check, but I don't think it would have changed my runes anyway. Yeah, Sean is a balanced champion. It's extremely cringe. Yeah, I have to get this under without dying. Seems like they're fine. Or maybe not. How much do you think your account is worth? No idea. I mean, I'd never sell it anyway. I don't have that many skins, honestly. I'm not really like a huge skin guy. I buy like one skin per champ, normally. I think I should have taken W level 2, I guess. Oh, Kiana's here. Game is going to be pretty miserable. But maybe we can win late. Full AD? Yeah, the problem is like full AD is like... It's like, no, it's not really that bad, honestly. Wow. Okay. My bad. It's like actually better, I think, to have 5 AD than it is to have like 2 AP. I'm not even kidding. Like 5 AD is fine. Why you pick LeBlanc? I mean, LeBlanc gets shit on by Action too. I couldn't play LeBlanc here because we have triple AP. Either way, I mean, I think I just lost the game level 2 by not taking W. I guess you're just meant to take a W level 2 versus Action. I don't know the matchup at all, so... JP is not that bad, they just stack Haste and Bloodletters and Crippler. Yeah, but those are all, like, terrible items, you know? Like, you have to build them, but, like, they're massive downgrades from, the items you would otherwise buy. What mids actually beat Atacon? Or Akshan? Syndra? Victor? Doesn't look playable? I mean, it was until I died at level 2. Like, the game is not balanced around falling behind, right? Like... Sometimes it isn't playable once you fall behind. But again, you're not meant to fall behind, right? Like, I shouldn't die level 2 to the Jarvan Akshan gank. It's not like we didn't know about it. 30 your standard build, whether you're still AP or 5 AP. There's a really big difference between buying Cripploom 2nd and buying Cripploom 4th. It's completely different. Like, if you're forced into buying Cripploom 2nd, you're going to be extremely weak until 3 items. Damn. Fuck, if I hit that. She had a big shutdown. Maybe we should take this fight. Okay, not bad. Went to League a few days ago and your videos have been super helpful. One question I have is how do you come back from a bad start? You just try and like minimize the bleeding, but kind of like what I just said, like the reality of League is like it's really, really, really punishing to play League from behind. The best thing you can do is not fall behind in the first place. So again, like from behind, like, you know, try and keep farming, try stop dying, try stop the bleeding, etc. But you really, the biggest takeaway should be how you can not fall behind next time. Jog, I miss you? I miss you too, man. See, 99 going 63 and 4? No, I didn't. What's he playing? Is he just playing, like, Rengar Mundo or whatever? Rengar Mundo is such a funny pull. I miss you. Miss you too, big dog. He's playing jungle? Sure. Only Rengar? Yeah, Kiana might be in our jungle. Work? Guys. Real jobs? Real jobs are a thing of the past. How did Kiana become the best mid in the game for being trashed here? I honestly still don't think Kiana mid's like insane, but she got a really big buff. I think Kiana jungle is like really broken though. It's just OP to play assassins in jungle because you don't have to lane. You get like all the benefits of being an assassin without the weak laning phase, which is good. But I don't know. I still don't think Kiana mid's like. Well, yeah. I guess I just don't think it's her best role. Like, why not just play her jungle? You know. Okay. Can I get out though? I think no. I think I'm just dead to action. Yeah. Isn't Kha'Zix better? I think Kha'Zix is like a way worse team fighter than Kiana. Like Kiana's team fighting is very good, but I think Kha'Zix's team fighting is like pretty weak. Like Kha'Zix has to pick people, right? But Kiana is like an AoE damage dealer. Yeah, they killed Jarvan. Damn. Okay, he ulted mid. Maybe Trundle could end up carrying from the sideline. I think it's possible. How do you figure out having to dive something and kill them? I guess it's mostly just experience. Ahri is not very good at diving people 1v1, unless you're like really fed. So like partially that's just champion gap for you. But I guess it would just be experience, like if they were really low or whatever. I think like, Ahri is going to be able to kill people in lane sometimes, but it's very rarely going to be, like, an all-in. It's going to be, like, chunking someone out over a long period of time.
An ally has been slain.
When are we going to see Little Shock on League have a kid? I mean, I think we're a long way away from that. Gotta find True Love first on Howling Abyss. Did Jim or her wave macro? No, man. My child will never play League. Lost my true love on Twisted Tree Line. Smoge. Maybe I could bait this guy and then Trundle ganks. Yeah, this could do it. I don't know how I can get him to all in me though.
An ally has been slain.
Maybe counter gank this. Yeah, he killed Sivir. Looks like he killed Jarvan too. Damn, not bad. TPing? Okay, well, he died. Well, I got a Triforce there, which is nice. There's some hotties in my chat. I've given up e-dating. Actively playing less League Imperfect because my son has shown interest in it? Oh yeah, that is turbo risky business. League of Legends Challenger? No, I will not support him. I'll support him going pro in a different game, but not League of Legends. Because I know what it does to a man, you know? Oh, maybe if I hadn't gone to red buff. Fuck it, just threw my rocket in outer space.
Enemy double kill.
10-0. Fuck. If I got there earlier by not doing red, and then if I hadn't missed that rocket, I think maybe we would have won that fight. It was pretty close. Do an open dating show? I would never. I would never. That'd be so fucking weird. Need to try iced V60 with a cookie. What is iced V60? Brother went pro in League, so it just generally made him a worse person. Yeah, that's rough. Nah, honestly, like, League does get, like, a bit of a bad rap, I think. It's like, not as bad as I'm saying it is. I don't know. I think League is very much a game where, like, it'll be, like, as bad as you let it be. You know what I mean? Like, if you are the kind of person that's gonna, like, tilt Q and, you know, have chat on, flame your teammates, etc. Like, yeah, no kidding, it's gonna be the worst game ever. Aren't those just for clout? Probably. I mean, honestly, they're really funny to watch. I do think they're fun to watch, but I also think you've got to be, like, pretty turbo famous to think about doing it. Cool. Okay, I'll TP here. Ooh, this might be a bad idea. Oh, he didn't W in time to get away from the, Gun ult. Snipe the plant. What is... Jesus, Trundle was on a mission. A Rumble ulted him? Oh, flash abusing, of course. Who doesn't know strong amongst the OC League scene? That's the problem though, there is no OC League scene. Not anymore. Came from Valorant, they're not very nice. At least in League you can only use text. Yeah, I think maybe if voice chat had been in the game from the get-go, it might have been a good addition, but I think nowadays it's way too late to be added. Surely there'll be one hottie there for you. Yeah, but okay, but like, it's not like I'm getting 10k viewers, right? Cool. I mean, we can probably do this. I just W'd in on the wall. I think if we get this, we can win the game still. I'm like, Action's not here. Problem is I don't have that much damage. Ooh. Okay, never mind. I think it might be fucked. Well, he's gonna die. Damn, I just don't do enough damage. Can't kill in any reasonable amount of time. I think that's GG now. Cold drip coffee, iced V60. Okay, never heard of it. I was reading to reach Jalan, Korea. Like, not even close. And all my other teams lose their lanes? Yeah, I mean, the League 1v1 laning phase is really fun. I think that is the best part of the game. There's a good chance I die here still. Could try Rage with the bot tower. Damn, 3 levels down. Do you have a different mindset playing on a server like Korea? Not really. It's just the same game, but it's a lot more difficult. How do I spam ping my jungler enough for them to gank? I wouldn't worry about it. Like, you can get better at setting up ganks or like putting your lane in a more gankful situation or whatever. But yeah, I think ultimately, like, if you're in lower reloads, like, you probably just won't receive a lot of ganks.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
You gotta play jungle before you can ask your jungle to gank. That's actually pretty true. Like, then you have a much better idea of like when junglers can gank and stuff. I still think it's like not really worth it, but yeah, if you want to know what it feels like. Better to go flat pen instead of percent pen when they have no MR items. Early game, yes, but late game, no. What am I building? How far, I guess? The enemies make less mistakes in Korea? Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, better players make fewer mistakes. I think I'm still dead. What am I slowed so much by?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I think this game do be a bit over.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I think Aurora's one of the best solo champs. Yeah, Aurora's really good. She is a lot better on Korea than Western regions, though. I do think she's still good in the West, but like Korea, like the game is faster paced, and Aurora really likes that. When you buy MR, you should not build Flat Pen. If you buy Flat Pen, you should stack it. But then why do you buy Source Skins and not Magically Sin? Because I was building Percent Pen so early that it would still be good. Because Flat Pen applies after Percent Pen, if you're going to get the Percent Pen early, then it doesn't really matter. If I were going to build Percent Pen, though, I would have just built CDR bows instead. Or I would have, like, not upgraded my bows or something. What am is this just Jarvan slow or something? I don't even know what I'm like slowed so much by. Oh, it's Atacon. I forgot about that. It's the Atacon slow. Atacon slow is crazy. I think Atacon should spawn 25 minutes. No. I mean, I think Atacon spawn... Like, I like that there's an objective early. I just don't like how powerful it is. Like, I think Atacon... the objective itself, like just the pure monster, is cool. I like it. I just don't like the buff. Yeah, I really don't like the buff. I think... I'm not really sure what a cool buff would be, because I think the other Atacon buff they had was like really cancerous. So, you know, I think that's I'm glad it's not that, but yeah. Literally couldn't do anything to come back. Yeah. We were pretty far behind. I think like one really big difference of League compared to like most shooters is like a lot of the fights are won or lost before they even begin. You know, like whereas in shooters, even if like, you know, one team has like better, you know, again, weapons or like armor or whatever, it's like it's still gonna be a lot closer. Whereas in League, like, yeah, there definitely are times where it's just like completely cooked. That was when I was coaching Zaryu ages ago. That was like one thing that he said as well. He said something like, he was talking to his chat after I coached him. He said something like, it really surprised me how in the first session, like, we didn't even talk about fighting. You know what I mean? And like, what he meant by that is like, I didn't really look at his like skirmish execution. It was all stuff like when he was like missing waves and like, you know, stuff about like punishing cooldowns in lane and stuff like that. You know, like we didn't look at his like team fighting at all. Not that team fighting isn't important, but you know, in like other games, it would all be down to like the fight execution. Like the weight of like macro before the fight starts or whatever would be like far less. Not running away after charm. Yeah, you gotta be pretty careful. Geez, shocked too for the content. First time watching the stream, 3:30 a.m. Damn, that's rough. Good night, man. Okay, I think we can finally watch this video. What was the last thing we were gonna say? Oh yeah, like the general like punishment for, say punishment for soft inting. I think this is like, I don't know. The thing is like soft inting is always gonna be like pretty hard to punish. I don't really mean soft ending in terms of like people actually dying a lot. I more mean stuff like, you know, when people like follow someone around, like taking their camps or whatever, something like that. I mean, I guess that's just hard ending. Maybe it's just like hard ending in general. Because I think a lot of like what people would say is soft ending is more like people just like playing badly or whatever, you know? But I swear there's like quite a lot of griefing that goes on that can't really be detected with like any automatic detection system. And I think because a lot of players see that this is like kind of normal, I guess, in high-elo, they feel like they can do it in lower elos too. You know, it's the kind of thing where like, I think if they had someone that actively punished like win trading, yeah, I'll put like soft ending, win trading, you know, etc. I think if there was someone dedicated to dealing with this stuff at the high level, it would just automatically become like far less common in the lower elos as well, just because people would see that you actually get like punished for it, you know? But I don't think that, like, I mean, win trading is pretty prevalent in high elo, I would say. I think soft inting is like not insanely prevalent, but it's really annoying when it happens, especially because like you know that they're not going to get punished for it, right? Like I think it's pretty rare that someone gets punished unless like they obviously, you know, they like trigger something, right? In terms of, you know, I don't know, they say the N-word or like, I don't know, they drop like 20 deaths or something. So yeah, I think that's what I would like to see overall. And I think some of these are like kind of unrealistic, you know, and some of them are also like personal preferences. But that's kind of like my prediction. I want to see what he has to say though. What's win trading? It's where like, so in higher elos where there's not as many people playing, it's really easy to get in the same game as someone else. So what you do is like, let's say you have two high elo players. Between you, if you have 4 accounts, what you can do is like you both have an account you don't care about and you trade wins to the account that you do care about. So you can like essentially just get free wins, right? Because like you just get your friend on their other account. They just like play pretty badly and then like, you know, you get a free win. And at the end of the season, you know, when the rank locks, a lot of people do that to get into like Challenger, GM, Master. Top lane when? I don't think I'm going to get to play the other roles because of the smurfing changes. Alright, let's watch this video. I want to watch this video.
Has been in a period of heavy stagnation throughout 2025 so far, despite Season 15 doing its best to shake things up with the new approach they've taken regarding Noxus and Ionia themes, as well as the inclusion of the new Otacon and Feat of Strength objectives.
Dude, Feat of Strength. Okay, wait, what do we think about Feats of Strength? I gotta be honest, like, I don't even think about feats at all. I think feats are kind of like a failed system, you know? I think they're not like completely irrelevant, but they're almost like not worth thinking about at all. You know, like it's just something that happens. I honestly think feats should be like completely reworked. I'm not sure what would be best. I think it would be kind of cool if feats open like some more, I don't know, like utility options somehow. Like I think that Riot is really addicted to just like stat sticks, you know, and like in every way, you know, like things like Atacon XP and stats, or getting rid of active items, or stuff like that. I'd really like to see things that like give you more options, but not necessarily like more power. Like obviously, okay, think of something like Baron buff. You know, like Baron does have power in it, right? But a lot of like what makes Baron strong is like making the minions stronger, right? Like that's a utility thing. And like having a quicker base, that's also a utility thing. So I'm not sure what they could do with feats, but I would like to see feats maybe be like harder to get or something, but be more meaningful in some sort of like utility way. Like a good example would be something like maybe at like the top side and the bot side of the map, maybe there's like a hex gate like here and here, but you can only use it if your team has feats or something, and it's got like, I don't know, like a 4-minute cooldown. So like essentially that gives you like a second TP or something, right? It's not stats, and it's like it's not so strong, like you're not going to be able to use it often enough that it's really OP, but it's like kind of a utility thing, you know, like it like adds something kind of cool. Perma Scuttle, MS, and River. I don't like that because it would happen in team fights. Like, I like the concept of being able to rotate quicker. I think that's kind of cool, but I don't like it because that would give it to you in team fights. Maybe if it was, like, out of combat move speed, it could be kind of cool. But yeah, I'd like something like that. Like, something, again, that, like, gives just a reward that isn't more, you know, stats. Riot's addicted to just giving stats, which is the most boring way of doing things.
Towards the game has never been this low. Viewership is down across all platforms, YouTube and Twitch. The game has seen a noticeable drop in monthly active players, and even Play has been losing viewership. Previously, LCS and LEC would get concurrents in the 6-figure mark. Now, LTA as it's called, struggles to barely reach 20k. EU is doing
20k, dude, is that true? Does anyone watch LTA? I mean, LTA's got a whole bunch of issues, right? Like LTA, I think, shot themselves in the foot pretty big with the rebrand and stuff. But 20k viewers that's crazy low. I remember watching like LCS and it was like, yeah, it was easily over 100k, right? That's crazy.
In this department thanks to the help of Casual, but I think it's safe to say League is starting to really suffer not just in viewing interest, but also player interest. Granted, the game is nowhere close to being dead. You could still queue up and get into a game reasonably quickly, but compared to how
oh, these guys don't watch my stream, bro. I literally waited in a 25-minute queue earlier.
This the game was back in the 2010s, and during the pandemic, this has to be the worst condition I've ever seen League in. A variety of factors are at play when it comes to League's decline over the past few years. In my Why No One Plays episode on it, I talked about all the company decisions they made that backfired spectacularly, but that's not what we're going to be addressing today. I want to focus more on the gameplay aspect of
okay,
things
yeah,
and how
let's
that's
hear the
also been
gameplay.
contributing to the game's progressive downfall. Today we'll be discussing the current biggest problem affecting League of Legends. I want to start off by saying obviously there's a lot more than just one problem that has resulted in the game going to over the past few years. A multitude of issues have been festering for quite some time now, like how game quality has been degrading each passing year.
Okay, game
Nowadays,
quality.
It feels as if the outcome of a match is determined not by whichever team has the better players, but whichever has the teammate who mental booms and crashes out first. While they are
okay, that's not where I thought he was gonna go with that. I thought for sure he was gonna say like the game is like predetermined because of like off rolls and stuff. Yeah, I don't know, but I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Of course, important to consider, it's not like they haven't always been in the game. Feeders and toxicity were present back in the 2010s too. I want to pay attention to something that's notably unique about this time period though, that being the notion that League has been the same for the past 3 years, in my opinion anyway. Nothing has really changed within the game on a drastic level for a while. Even though champions have been getting adjusted, new items have come and gone, and we even got new objectives and so on, the overall feel of the game has been at a standstill since like 2023. Back when I reviewed the Season 15 changes, I couldn't help but notice how bland it felt. Visually speaking, it was excellent that Riot was finally changing up Summoner's Rift to fit a Noxian theme and then later an Ionian theme, but when I saw the patch notes of 15.1, it came off kind of bare bones. There were
Yeah, we're gonna have to come back to that. Yo, Gus, thanks for right, boss. 13 billion raiders. What are we doing here? Is it Lee mid? There's Lee top. I don't know. I think he's right. I mean, I think the game like has been kind of similar for a few years now, but I honestly think that's like more a meta thing rather than the map. Like for me, I never really had a problem with like the League map itself not changing. It's more that like you see the exact same items and champions and runes and builds and stuff. Like I really miss they had that like time period, I think from like season 6 to maybe season 9 where they just did some like massive changes, you know, from split to split, like completely new runes and items and everything, and it was crazy. But nowadays, like, you know, the preseason patch or whatever, like, nothing really changes. I really want them to see, like, I want to see, like, more runes or, like, another rune tree or some, like, really big item changes or whatever. Something that's kind of cool, you know? Because, again, I mean, we were talking about this earlier, but when they change one champion at a time, like, that is only, like, the change to the one champion, right? But when they change, like, items, you change a whole bunch of champions at a time. Like, one of my favorite patches ever was the patch where they added Deathfire Grasp or whatever it was called. That patch was so... Was it Deathfire Grasp? The dot one. Do you guys know the one I'm talking about? That was such a sick patch. Because, like, suddenly there's, like, a whole bunch of champs that you could try. Like, I remember that first day trying Brand, trying Cassio, trying Malzahar, right? There's, like, a lot of, like, really cool things that you could try. So I love when they do changes like that. Deathfire Touch? Yeah. Yeah, it was super sick.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
The one about the kingdom of ghosts.
Get more active items? Yeah, I'd like active items too.
30 seconds until minions.
I just see less damage in extended team fights when it's one shot versus one shot. Dude, it's funny you say that because, like, you know, they keep doing that. I mean, I don't really mind there being damage in the game. I think it's just annoying when, like, the tanks do so much damage. Like, I think damage champs doing damage is fine. I don't really have a problem with the amount of damage overall. I guess, like, I have a problem with, like, the amount of damage that comes from, like, Leona and stuff, you know?
Minions have spawned.
Hello, look at me. I'm people. Hello, look at me. I'm people.
I probably don't need to ward that. Thinking about it more. Fuck, I trolled. I didn't need to ward that, and that caused me to take all that damage. I don't need to ward since I don't think we care about, like, where Grave starts. It's such a huge throw. Like, level 1's one of the times, like, Smolder actually beats Aurora, so that's, like, a really important time for me to, like, get control. So the fact that I'm, like, losing already is really bad.
Ooh, what's over there?
Well, I probably should have saved W. I think this game I might have to rush Shojin. Or I could try Greed Essence Reaver, but...
First blood.
Yeah, that's not a bad trade. As long as she doesn't get electrocute.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been
Build some WASD. I don't really know, because...
An ally.
Well, actually, no. Overall, I think it's bad. I think it's bad for the game. I think... If it's in ranked, it's probably going to be overpowered on certain champions, which is going to be really cringe. If it's not in ranked, then I think it's kind of a waste, because, like, newer players are going to learn on it and then be unable to play ranked with it. So, I don't know. I think it's bad. I just fucking solo killed him. Guys, have you ever seen a Smolder solo killed Aurora? That's crazy. Could you explain how you're controlling the wave? I have a wave control guide on the tube. If you just look up, like, Shuck wave control, that's a really good video. It's one of my best. Okay, now what am I building here? I think I'm literally just gonna buy this. That makes me very powerful. Go back to OC and start playing Smolder again. Yeah, I kind of picked Smolder this game because I just wanted to have fun, honestly. I don't think Smolder mid's like extremely good at the moment, but I don't know, just thought, fuck it, man. Like, mid's not fun, so I'll just lock in Smolder. There's a chance Aurora goes bot. I don't know where she is.
Ally has been slain.
Wow. I actually died of this. Crazy. My bad. It's pretty bad. Not even really sure how to avoid that. I had 2 wards, but I just didn't think I was gankable at all. Like, they have no gank set up, and I guess they just have 2 electrocutes. It's a lot of damage. Why is bro just a mid-hater? Because after playing AD carry, where you don't get ganked all the time, it's made me realize, like, how punishing mid is in comparison. I honestly really do think that, like, all the things people complain about for AD carry, mid has, like, way worse. Like, my biggest problem with mid is support.
An enemy has been slain.
Support and probably D-Shield second wind. Maybe TP as well. And those are all things that don't exist in bot lane. Like, support just roams mid, so that doesn't exist. TP doesn't exist in bot lane, and there's no D-Shield second wind. How's return to mid lane been treating you? Not too well. I've lost almost every game, I think. I think I've won, like, 2 games of mid. And, like, lost 6 or something.
Everything's mine to play with. There's so much room to run around.
But that kind of makes sense. I don't think I've been picking properly a lot of the games. I can think of, like, definitely 3 games I made myself, or made the game pretty difficult for myself and Champ Select.
Mom! Mom!
Tried Cheese Aurora.
An ally has been slain.
There's actually a pretty good chance I can kill this guy.
Killing spree.
Nice.
I'm gonna be big and strong one day. Sorry.
I'm pretty strong. I think the game's going really well. I think another map rework could help mid. If they brought back that bush they removed, the one in the middle of the river, that bush was really useful for pinking. Like, it's funny, because, like, when they changed the map, one of the reasons they changed it, or, like, made, you know, these wider, was to make mid harder to gank, but I really think it had the opposite effect. Like, now that there's no good place to ward for mid, you're much more vulnerable.
An enemy has been slain.
It used to be you were a safe mid with, like, 1 ward, but now you're only really safe mid with 2 wards, which makes a big difference.
An ally has been slain.
Okay. We keep shoving. Alright. Well, I'm pretty fucking strong, I think. As long as I don't just, like, die to any random bullshit anymore.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I'll agree not buying this.
Kill.
Downsports still find ways to set up tents. Well, honestly, it's because of the ward. Like, when you could pink the river, and that just meant you were, like, completely safe on that side of the map, you were, like, completely fine. But now that, like, you basically have to have a pink and a ward to be safe on a side, it's way, way more difficult. Oh my god, this is gonna be a juicy queue. Oh, dude. Left 2 of them. Fine. I could maybe TP bot. Can I have ult? I got Jenna. Holy shit. I knew that she had to be there, man. This is straight up airstrike her. Dom was not happy. Dom's never happy, bro. I don't know. I've got to start muting Dom, sadly.
Hey, Mom, what are the fire thingies next to my ears called? Okay.
I think I'm just dead again. Fuck. I'll be dying to these. That one was kind of my fault, though. Danny played it pretty well. Have you been banning? I've been banning Akali, but it's mainly because I haven't been knowing who to ban.
At least I didn't end up in a tree again.
I don't really know. Okay, I think this is winning. Yeah, I got stopped. Oh my god, no way, that's unlucky. Okay. Well, Velvet lived. I lost my flash, but it should be not too bad, I think. Did I one-shot these? I think I do. Pretty close. Yeah, try get vision topside. Late top actually looks pretty strong.
Unstoppable.
I smell people
Probably find some pretty here.
in my
Would you be better if you all when Dragon was alive? I don't think it was up. Or I would have. I think it was like 5 seconds off. I think I should have altered backwards. It was on? Are you sure? I'll go back and look. I'm almost certain it wasn't.
Turret plating will soon fall.
What's the main issue you see? There's a few. Well, I got slow. Oof, missed. That guy actually went in. I hit her. Most common mistakes. Again, I do actually have a video on this, so you might want to look at it after. But off the top of my head, I think poor warding early game is a big thing. I think wave control, cooldown punishment, itemization, side laning. I think those are probably the biggest ones, just off the top of my head. But there's, I don't know, there's a lot.
Killing spree.
Oh, yeah, right. Thank you.
Has destroyed a turret.
Okay, well, I think this game is just over.
Has destroyed.
I feel like we're just crazy strong. Maybe it's just become a smolder mid one trick.
An enemy has been slain.
Kind of don't want to TP here, but I think I should.
An ally has been slain.
Because I think Aurora will go top, and then I need to try and take mid.
Take care of myself. My nose is all blank.
This is why I didn't want to TP though, because now I don't have TP side.
Gotta stay on my claws, like Mom always said.
Rampage.
Fuck, well played. He played the vision really well. I couldn't Q him. I should have warded. Can't believe I lost that. Like, it should have been winning. I was much stronger than they were. But they just played it way better than I did.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The Nemesis Smolder video. I saw the thumbnail. I didn't watch the video though.
Your turret has been destroyed. Godlike.
Okay. Pretty close.
Land, flame, I was born to rule 'em all.
Wow. The gem actually has crazy range. Fire feet nerf. Fire feet nerf. Is that when she first came out?
Killing spree.
What are you the best at or valuing way more than other pros? It depends what pros you're talking about, I guess, because like compared to Korean pros, I'm probably just worse at everything. But I think, yeah, I'm actually not really sure. I think I think my best aspect would probably be laning and side laning. I think worst aspect would probably be team fighting. Or maybe shampoo. Best way of learning a role like jungler, should I play a bunch of norms, just go into ranked? I'd say it depends like what rank you are. You know, like if you're like diamond plus or something, I'd say you probably should just like get a different account and learn it in ranked. If you're under that though, I'd say yeah, like watch some videos on YouTube and like play some norms and stuff. Bronze? Okay, yeah, I'd just start with norm then.
An ally has been slain.
Yo, Demi, what's up? Oh, I might be able to airstrike this guy. That was kind of pointless. My hair is on point. It's just natural, man. What makes Koreans so good? They just have like the best solo queue. You know, like solo. It's not like any genetic thing. It's just like the solo queue makes players better because like a harder practice environment makes your players stronger, right? And so it's like, why is the practice environment so good in the first place? Well, like one, they've got a lot of players and they're trying to go pro and they're all playing meta and stuff. And two, like a lot of the Chinese pros also play in Korea, which makes it even better. So it's just like a big region. Plus it's like 2 regions pro scenes combined, basically. What separates Faker from Nemesis? I mean, you could say, you know, things like talent or whatever, but like, and I'm sure there is like some element of that, but personally I like don't really like to like weigh on the talent argument too much because I feel like it really, what's the word? Like cheapens it, you know what I mean? Kind of like saying like, oh, Faker didn't like work hard or whatever. But I mean, like, it doesn't matter like which high level player you are. Like, let's take Nemesis. Like, would Nemesis be a better player if he could play Korean solo queue instead of EU solo queue all the time? I think he would. That's pretty natural. And this guy's 10-0. Sheldor 73 with 36 months. 36 months. Damn. That's 3 children. I don't want to fight this. I should really base, but I kind of want to fight it. Your Nemesis will become a new Faker. I mean, I would love to see how someone like Faker would have turned down OC. Like, I'm sure he'd still be the GOAT. But not as goated, I suspect. But we'll never know. Or no one's dying. Oh! Finally someone's dying. I have 2,500 gold.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Nice. Alright, we'll take that. OC like the pits of hell? It wasn't always, but like nowadays it is. It honestly wasn't that bad, but there's like 3 big events that happened that kind of killed it, in my opinion. It really didn't used to be that bad, though. Baker was from OC, you escaped to another region? Probably, yeah. Damn, I'll caught this damage. What do you mean that's 3 children? Like, it's 9 months times 3. Marianne Carr, this one was 29, I know. Chiefs over 2 today. Are you proud? Yes, of course. What's worse, playing solo queue or having a Romanian in your solo queue? I mean, I got nothing against Romanians. Rank each server. Guys, I've done this a million times. Guys, almost everything you asked me about, I got a video on. Here, Korean Challenger compares and rates League servers. Go watch this video. Here, I'll even link it for you. Oh. Does this link the ad or does it link the video? Is it gonna gank me?
Build a website.
Yeah, see, it fucking links the ad. You little rats. I guess I can do it like this. There you go. New to League, new to mid. How do I balance roaming and farming? Feels like I'm getting flamed for not missing wave after wave. You should pretty much always push before moving. Yeah, again, once again, if you just go to my YouTube and you search like roaming or prior usage, that's like everything you need to know. Like if we just go here and we search, we just search roaming. There's this video, which will help you a lot. There's also this video, which is like quite useful. You can look priority. That's another video that might kind of help. Yeah. Doing it live is fresh content. That is true, but the thing is, it's like, if I get asked it like 100 times a day, eventually I just start giving a response that is like not good enough, you know? Because I'm just like kind of tired of answering the question. And I don't want to give them a bad response. You know what I mean? But it's like, there's only so many times you can answer the same question and like put the same effort into answering it, you know? And like, that one I get asked all the time. Okay, let's finish this video. Where were we? I think we're saying how, yeah, it feels like they haven't really added any like items or runes to the game, and that's like a big reason why it's stale.
Only 4 notable changes to the game. Otacon beats of strength, respawning Nexus turrets, and the changes to teleport.
Okay, respawning Nexus turrets was actually a W. I think TP change, kind of whatever in my opinion. Otacon I dislike, feats I'm whatever, but I think the Nexus turrets are good.
That's all. Don't get me wrong, Otacon was a big deal, evidenced by how many times it had to get nerfed, and the feats of strength finally gave us tier 3 boots, although only for one team. But 15.1 just didn't have the same game warping feel as the new season updates of past years. I was under the impression that since they were splitting the year up into 3 parts, maybe they would do something big for the second and third split so that the bulk of 2025 would be evenly distributed instead of all at once. But after seeing the Ionian update and finding out all they really did was change Otacon, I was underwhelmed by how little there was. It was hyped up to be this big expansion on the same level as the Noxus update, but new game mode aside, it came off like just another patch. Though 2025 was the biggest offender so far, 2024 was also kind of mellow for a new season update. We got Void Grubs, minor structural changes to the Rift, and some new items, but there wasn't a whole system revamp or anything like that. Quite the opposite.
Yeah, okay, they added new items, but like, I don't really remember it actually. I mean, what items did they add that were like really game changing? There was Canic Recurn. I think Canic Recurn is like a pretty big one. I guess, what else did they add in the 2024? Let me actually go back and look. I'm trying to remember because I'm trying to think. Am I just 2024 LOL? I guess it would have been season 14 LOL update. I want to see because you know, like I've been saying, I think like items are a big thing, but I don't know. Maybe it's more that they need to add like active items or whatever. Okay, yeah, new and adjusted. Okay, they have a ton. Are these all at the bottom? Okay, items. So let's see. They removed Crown. They removed Everfrost. Riftmaker. Now, this wasn't new, right? I think they changed it. I actually can't remember. Yeah, updated with the fallout. So I think that got changed. Luden's got made worse. So that was a downgrade. Malignance is cool, but there's not many champs that use it. Storm Surge was OP at the start, but it quickly got nerfed into the ground. But actually, like, I think they kind of did, like, this did change the meta for a bit, to be fair. Like, when Storm Surge was OP, champs that used Storm Surge well, like, were strong. Rocket Belt took a while. I think they didn't change it until this year, but eventually it got good. Cosmic, kind of whatever. Horizon didn't really get used. It was bugged for a long time, and it just, like, wasn't that powerful. Cryptbloom. From what I remember, Cryptbloom also took a really long time to be used because Void was just better for a really long time. Then Cryptbloom became really good for a time. Then they nerfed it again, I think. Or maybe they buffed Void. Maybe it was that. Now it's kind of back to Cryptbloom supremacy for the most part. Shadowflame. I don't think... Was Shadowflame new? I honestly can't remember. The problem is this is kind of skewed because I can't remember which items were, like, totally new or not. But, like, kind of looking down this... I'm not sure they really, like, added any items. I think they more just, like, kind of shifted things around, didn't they? Storm Surge was new, for sure. I think Hexblade was new. Sundered Sky, I suppose, is pretty new. And that actually was, like, I mean, it still is quite strong. All the Radiance, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess they have done some item changes. Like maybe I'm, like, more harsh on this because it feels like AP items or, like, mid lane items haven't been changed so much. I don't know. What are we talking about? We're talking about the changes that, like, Riot made. Yeah, I mean, I guess they've made some changes. I guess still, it's just, like, it's not really anything interesting. They're just all stat sticks, and there's nothing that really makes you think, oh, like, what champion could use this? You know what I mean? Like, I think the closest thing to that was probably Horizon. But even then, like, Horizon wasn't even that good on the champs that, like, use the passive, you know? But this is cool. I mean, I still hate passives, but, like, that is cool.
Mythic items got taken out. 2023 was also kind of barren. Being the last year of Mythics, we got some new items like Jakshul, Radiant Virtue, Heartsteel, Rod of Ages came back, Jungle got a Quality of Life update, and they reinstated the Chemdrake. But the essence of the game felt like the exact same as the year before. Altogether, 2023 didn't feel too different from 2024, which didn't feel too different from 2025. A number of you might disagree that seasons 13 and 14 were small for a new season, so out of consideration for that, let me give you examples of past seasons that fundamentally altered the
Okay, yeah,
budget.
let's see this.
The most recent example would assuredly have to be Mythic items being introduced in 2021. What made this so impactful was that it presented a complete and total overhaul of one of the most integral mechanics in the game, items. I'm not talking half a dozen, I'm talking quite literally every item in the game got changed more or less. Not just that, but we had a brand new class of items.
I honestly think Mythics would have been, like, almost completely fine if they didn't have the Mythic tag. Like, if you didn't have to just buy them, like, first, basically. If they were just regular items, I think it would have been fine. Like, if Gale Force were a regular item, personally, like, no problems with that. I know a lot of people disagree, but I actually don't mind these items themselves. In my mind, the biggest problem with it was, like, you had to buy them. I think getting rid of the choice is annoying.
Items has shaped your playstyle to a huge extent. For instance, it was the first time AD carries and Bruisers had a dash item. There hasn't been an item overhaul this big in, like, forever. The whole shop UI had to get changed, and players spent the first month of preseason basically relearning the game on account of every single champion having to reconfigure their builds. Those are the kind of changes that made preseason so exciting. Even though solo queue rankings did not matter throughout this time, what kept it fresh and dynamic was all the stuff we had to playtest and experiment.
Yeah,
the craziest
that is cool.
Relative to other preseasons, the Mythic item system was actually near the bottom in scope, which really goes to show you how different every new year of the game was, and all the more reason why League feels so stagnant today. Season 10 may not have had that many adjustments in the item and champion department, but what it did bring was a full expansion to the Dragon objective in the form of the Dragon Soul. The advent of Dragon Soul as well as the new superpowered Elder Dragon buff would change the late game experience of the game thereafter because of how massive those buffs were. Permanent global stat increases of that caliber were never seen before in the history of the game. If you take a look at Dragon Soul, any of them, they may as well be a 7th item. The new Elder Dragon buff may have single-handedly...
Dude, Dragon's been out this long, and, like, Chemtech Soul's still useless. I mean, I guess Chemtech Soul wasn't in the game back then, but... I mean, I think Season 10 was the best season. I swear to God, if Riot just, like, copy-pasted Season 10, I'd be happy.
Or the average game time of all matches after 2020. When the community found out that Elder Dragon could execute below 25% health, people were going crazy. Before Season 10, objectives would have a measurable impact. However, you could still overcome them through calculated play or hunkering down until the temporary ones expired. But Dragon Soul and Elder Dragon gave you...
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying earlier, where like there's like pros and cons to that, you know? Like having the objectives be more powerful like makes them like feel good and feel better. But it also means the game is all about them and there's like very little room for like doing other stuff. Like the style that G2 played and like this is a game from 2019, I'm pretty sure. The style that they played here, I don't think would be possible in modern day League. Because, like, you're just forced into team fighting too often. Like, you couldn't play some sort of, like, 1-3-1 setup like this. So that's kind of sad, yeah.
Such an overwhelming lead that it would only be a matter of time before you lost. Statistically, the team with Dragon Soul averages an 80 to 90% win rate. It's nearly impossible to come back from. So even though 2020 didn't have that many changes in quantity, the new features they brought in completely warped our understanding of the mid to late game and made dragons go from an optimal thing you could skip a couple of to priority number 1.
Yeah, you have to fight them.
And how many teams get anxious when the enemy team has 3 dragons and the 4th one is coming up? Were it not for Dragon Soul, that wouldn't be as big of a cause for concern. Arguably the largest updates I've ever seen made to the game would have to be seasons 5 through 7. I say 5 through 7 because technically these changes happened over the course of 2 years. In a given patch, the most number of champions you'd see getting updates to their gameplay beyond the realm of buffs and nerfs is at most like 3. Even mid-scope updates don't come too often, which is why the class updates from 2015 to 2017 were so unprecedented.
Oh yeah, I remember these.
From version 5.16 to 7.9, approximately half the roster got reworked in some shape or form.
Yeah, that
Not
is
just small adjustments
crazy.
either, a number of them were significantly changed. Beginning with the Juggernaut update in 5.16, we had...
Yeah, I will say, I think a lot of these like updates were like kinda bad, at least at the time. Like they ended up being good, but they definitely took a little bit of time before like Riot figured it out, you know? It did take a little while.
Then the Marksman update in 5.22 saw retrofits to virtually the entire 80 carry roster. Caitlyn, Corki, Graves, Kog'Maw, Misfortune, and Quinn got the big ones, while the remaining were given small ones. 6.9 had the mage update, focusing on Brand, Cassiopeia, Malzahar, Vel'Koz, Vladimir, and Zyra, with minor updates given to 8 others. They then wrapped up with the Assassins in 6.22, then Tanks in 7.9.
Holy shit,
For 2 years,
man.
they spent every preseason and midseason reworking champion movesets for upwards of half a dozen at a time. When that many cast members get simultaneously changed, especially categorically, you're essentially playing a brand new game all over again. When ADCs got mixed up in Preseason 6, you had to learn all their new quirks and stuff. Mid lane was changed a ton following the mid-season mage update. Then jungle, as well as mid once again, changed during the assassin update. By the time you settled into all the new things, Riot came in with even more new things. Again, the mid-season update was almost as big as the preseason ones, giving players 2 things to look forward to per year. The 0.9 of each year was usually around May, right as players were entering summer break or the tail
Yeah, that's
end of
actually
this-
crazy. Like mid-season used to be such a big thing. Like, yeah, the mid-season patch was huge. It like really was like you had to relearn like a lot of the game again, or like the meta. So that is kind of crazy though. Like now, like start of the season is pretty small, and mid-season like doesn't exist.
School semester. That was an optimal time for players to look forward to all the new content that they had to pick up. The bottom line is, League was changing on a fundamental level every season, keeping it fresh and exciting, albeit sometimes overwhelming. 2015 to 2020 was characterized by innovation and, more importantly, fearlessness. Riot did not care what the consequences of their ambitious changes were. They were focused on doing big things every half a year for better or worse to maintain a dynamite experience of the game, and it worked. In my opinion, the golden years of League were during that time. For all the complaints people had about tank meta, ardent sensor meta, ADC in 2017, what have you, I can't think of a time when people were more excited to tune into LCS, watch streamers for hours on end, and every top league YouTuber pulling easily high 6 to low 7 figure views per video without even trying. Despite how random it felt like Riot was doing all these changes over the years, to some extent they knew what they were doing. There was a huge focus on modernization, abandoning their previous outdated conventions of champion and game design and giving everything a fresh coat of paint. New items every season, new champion kits every season, BGUs coming out and receiving just as much attention and hype as actual new champions.
I think one like really, I mean, I kind of agree with this. I think 2018 to probably like 2020 was like the peak of League, in my opinion. I think one thing that's like really underrated here is that like League is a game that is carried pretty heavily, I think, by its esport. You know, like League has always been a good game, obviously. Like it wouldn't be so popular if it weren't. But I think like what made League, you know, really different to a lot of other games is like its esport was insane. Like its esport was like by far the best, right? And I think when you change the game in a really, really big way, you lower the gap, or I guess no, sorry, you increase the gap between like the former best teams or whatever and like the current like up and comers or whatever. Like without these big changes, I don't think G2 ever would have like really popped off, right? And I think it's pretty unlikely that a Western team ever dominates again unless like things get changed. Like I don't know if you guys remember this, but a couple times though, like when I think it was when Damwon lost to G2. Damwon got like flamed for ages for like by the Korean community for like playing outdated League of Legends and saying like all the Korean coaches should be fired and stuff like that for teaching them the game this way and stuff, you know? Obviously now, like clearly they've called back up, right, and taken over. But like I'm kind of getting at here is I think that for League in the West to really pop off, like Western teams need to be competitive. And again, one of the ways to kind of artificially, make that happen is to change the game in big ways. Because since the East has like a much better solo queue experience, if they're just allowed to like, play the game over and over, skirm against each other over and over for this on like essentially the same game for years at a time, they are just going to pull ahead, right? But when things are new or when things are changed going into an event, right? Like that big Juggernaut patch, for example, before, I can't remember which event it was, like a Worlds or an MSI or something, Western teams are able to compete a lot better. So there is something to be said for that too, because esport is so important for League of Legends.
Speaking of which, Riot was less concerned about making champions that sold skins or were overloaded, choosing instead to try all sorts of wacky ideas, whether they did or didn't turn out well. You had Bard, Echo, Tahm Kench, Kindred, Alawi, Jhin, Aurelion Sol, Talia, Clan, Ivern, Xayah, Rakan. It wasn't until late 2017
holy
when
moly,
they
they
started
made
to
some
pump out the
sick
stupid
champs.
champs like Kayn, Pre-Nerf Ornn, Kai'Sa, Pyke, etc. They didn't care. They just wanted to innovate and try new things, a stark contrast to how things feel now. The biggest mid-season update we had since 2022 was the durability patch, but all that did was make champions tankier. We haven't had the same groundbreaking updates as we did during the first decade. For most of the second decade, I feel like Riot's been playing things too safe. Anytime they make changes, it comes off in a way that's more contained in scale or an accessory to an already established mechanic. They only rework out
I don't know if that's quite fair. I think the durability patch was like a pretty big patch, honestly. I think it did change the game quite a bit. I think that's like, whether or not, like, I'm not sure I agree really with the durability patch. Like, personally, I don't really like the change, but I think it was a change. So I guess I don't agree with that too much. It was this guy. I'll link the video after. Prefer to have game-changing updates more often. Yeah, I think everyone does. Or, like, almost everyone. Shock, someone broke up with me, but in their message, they said so many fake and untrue things. I finally read the message. After reading it, low-key irked me because that shit ain't true, you know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you mean, sis. I'm here for you, girl. Or whatever the kids say.
1 or 2 champions at most, or just a couple items, not 15 at one time. Adding new objectives like Otacon feats and Void Grubs may appear to give off the same impact as Dragon's Soul
yes,
but the reason they don't is because none of them really change the central experience of the game. Void Grubs makes it more convenient to take towers, but it's not like a team with all grubs pushes that much further than a team without. Ruinous Otacon offers a big stat boost that compounds the effects of other objectives, but taking Otacon without any objectives is basically just an extra 25 or so adaptive force and half a level. Though it did get nerfed, it was always treated as an objective that people take when there's nothing else to do while waiting for
Okay, I mean, I disagree with that. Like, that's a lot of stats. I just think it's boring. Again, like, either way, it's just boring. Like, I don't think that's weak, but it's like, that's not fun. It doesn't, like, change the game. You know what I mean? Needs to be a sound effect. Yo, Yura, thanks so much, man. What made it strong against a champ like Mbessi Yasuo? Talia, Lissandra, Cassio.
Nothing else to do while waiting for Baron. As for Voracious Otacon, they never should have added it to the game. Losing a Ruinous Otacon though doesn't carry the same repercussions as a Baron or Dragon's Soul. Not that it needs to be. Having too many game-winning objectives is part of why League is extremely stressful to play these days.
Yes,
But therein lies the
100%
problem.
agree.
The team is only building off their current foundation rather than trying to do crazy new stuff that makes the player base have to figure out the game in new ways. A prominent discussion topic as of late has been whether or not the removal of mythic items was a good decision. Some are even going so far as to say League was better off with it still being in the game as opposed to without. When you consider how many egregious metas we had like the Stridebreaker meta, Chemtank meta, Divine Sunder meta, Sunfire meta, Goredrinker meta, Prowess Claw meta, Dustblade meta, Everfrost meta, and so on, the notion that people want it back may sound absurd, but it's not so much that people literally want mythics back, more that people miss the days when the game was unpredictable and dynamic. In essence, a non-negligible amount of people want sweeping changes on a grand scale even if it might lead to stupid shit. more than Riot playing it safe and not doing
Yeah.
a whole lot.
I
It
think
might seem counterintuitive to want League of Legends to flip upside down twice a year when the
I
goal is
mostly
to
agree
master
with
the
that.
game and consistently climb, but I've been told that more and more people are switching to TFT and Arena not only because they're more fun to play, but also because those game modes have been getting the same content updates that League used to. In Arena, there's an absurd new thing happening every single week it seems. League, on the other hand, has remained more or less the same throughout this entire time. If you quit back in Season 4 and came back in Season 7, you had to relearn the game because of how different it was, but if you quit back in Season 12 and came back now, I would argue it's still recognizable for most players. The question is, however, can Riot even make that many changes? A popular video released back in 2017 or 2018 if I can recall was from Doublet on the downsides of a constantly changing game, in which he underscored how exhausting it is to keep up with
we
all
should
that
watch
Riot was
that.
doing throughout that time. For the most part, I agreed with the sentiment that Riot needed to slow down a bit, especially when it came to champions being buffed and nerfed too much, as well as new champions being
We
the
should definitely
overloaded
watch
messes they were. Logically speaking, they finished updating the majority of the roster, so there's no reason to keep updating anymore, right? Somewhat, but even then there's still more things they can do that won't necessarily feature creep the game. Or frankly, maybe they should. I feel like Riot's only hope in restoring interest to League is by doing something completely out of left field. Maybe half a dozen features at once instead of one every 3 years, or perhaps a complete reimagining of Summoner's Rift, making a brand new map or something. Voice chat even, anything to convince players that League has changed. Some new direction or initiative that paves a new future for the game rather than preserving the status quo. The fact that more players are excited for the new game mode and more players are moving to Arena or TFT or quitting the game and playing something else means it's not just the toxicity of the game that's responsible for this gradual exodus. People might just be bored of the game. New changes will bring them back for maybe a month or two, but then they go right back to whatever they were doing before since League has gone back to
I actually agree with that. I think like the toxicity thing, like don't get me wrong, the toxicity thing is annoying, but it's like always been a part of League, right? Like people have put up with it because the game has been so good. And I think you notice it more like if you're not having as much fun in the game, because it's like if you're not having fun in the game and it's toxic, it's like, you know, at that point, like why bother?
Going for something as risky as a new Summoner's Rift might not be possible due to red tape, so I suppose the lowest risk highest reward would be to go back to sweeping gameplay changes. Maybe, I don't know, make an elemental baron. In Season 14 they made 3 distinct barons, but those barons all give the same buff. Perhaps different baron buffs for different barons would be a place to start. Another option would be to speed up the VGU project and finally update those old champions, though I do understand why it's not a popular course of action financially speaking. It doesn't matter at this point, Riot has to do something big. Other creators are talking about it and the players are talking about it too. The sooner and bigger they do it, the better. So what do you guys think about all this? Do you agree or disagree with my points? If you disagree, let me know in the comments why, and if you agree, what are some ideas you have in mind? I'd love to hear them.
Yeah, it was a pretty good video. I'll link this one to you guys. I think I agree with some of this. I agree with most of it, I guess, for like the overall theme that like there needs to be more things. I still think that like most of the changes need to be like meta changes. Like what he said at the end about like an elemental baron. Like personally, I don't think it would do anything. It wouldn't like change for me at all. You know, it's stuff like, okay, let me open up like one of my tier lists, right? Like I just think like the mid meta just like almost never changes, you know? And like, so that feels extremely boring when you just see the same champions over and over. Like if I just open up, where's my last tier list? Okay, like this one. How long ago was this? 1514 and we're on patch 0.17. Okay, so we're like a little bit further in. Hold on. Okay, so what did I have on my tier list at this time? Yeah, like, are those not just the same mids that are OP now? You know? 3 patches later. Like, okay, like, are any of these champions in the top here, like, not super good still? Azir got nerfed, he got buffed back up. I think TF took a little nerf from what I remember. I think Ari maybe fallen off a tiny bit, but, like, ultimately, these are, like, the same champs, and this was, like, a full month ago, okay? So how about we go further back, right? Because a month's not like a ridiculous amount of time. Let's go to like, here's one 4 months ago. Let's see what the mid lane meta was 4 months ago. I'm curious. I think I have to refresh this. Skip the ad. James? Okay, it's the same shit, man. Like, okay, I've moved some things around, like, I tiered them up, but, like, look how many things are still the same, right? And look how many things are still, like, really weak. There are a few things that are higher. Like, I guess you could say, like, okay, TF's quite a bit better than he was back then. I think Kiana's buff was like pretty good, but again, like she is better in jungle. Other than that, like it's basically the same. You know, again, like there are like things have moved maybe like a tiny bit within their tiers or whatever, but ultimately this is the same meta as mid was like 4 months ago. And then okay, let's go even more extreme, and let's look at a mid lane meta from like last year maybe. So where's one from the previous season? I used to post a lot of videos. Okay, 14.20. Okay, 11 months ago. Let's take a look at this one. I want to see what the meta was back here. Okay, so there are definitely some things that are different here. So, like, what is, like, the big thing? I think LeBlanc is definitely not as good as she is now. I think a lot of these champions have become, like, a lot weaker. Things like Azir got brought up. So it's not like there's, like, literally no changes, but, like, you'll see again, there are a lot of, like, the repeat champions in here. And part of that is just because of, it's because there's a lot of champions that just do the same thing that other champs do. So there's like a lot of overlap, right? Like for example, whenever Talia is meta, like you probably won't play Cassio because like Talia is just a better version of her. And so if Talia's been meta for like whatever 3 years, then like Cassio has not been meta for 3 years or whatever, right? Now I won't say that there's been like no changes at all, like no meta changes at all during that time, because there have been things like, you know, there was that like 80 carry meta for a couple months, and there was an AP jungler meta. Like sometimes there are things, but like, I don't know if you guys remember why those changes came about. So the reason AP junglers became really strong is because of Faded Ashes. I can't remember if Faded Ashes got added or if it got buffed, but for whatever reason, like Faded Ashes became really, really strong, right? So suddenly the game in jungle was about like, okay, like what champs can use Faded Ashes? And it was things like Lilia and Zyra and stuff. And then because you had AP junglers, now you needed to play AD mids. And the combination of, Again, I can't remember if they buffed Fleet or if Fleet was just always secretly giga broken. Oh, no, they added Absorb Life. That's right. So because they added Absorb Life and because they added Faded Ashes, that completely changed the mid-meta. Now, they did obliterate it later because, admittedly, I think that meta was, like, pretty unhealthy. But it was something pretty different. And that was caused by a pretty small change, right? Like, it was just an item and a rune in combination with, like, 2 different roles that really changed that. So I think if Riot did the same thing where they, you know, change items, they change roles, they add new ones, sorry, not roles, runes, yeah, add new runes, add, like, a whole new tree, add like, you know, new items, new components, I think the meta will kind of change itself. They don't need to spend like a ton of time going through and, you know, editing each champion individually. They could, but I think it's like a lot of effort, and a lot of the champions are pretty modernized. Like I think there are things that could be re-updated. Like I think things like Vega or like Zillion or whatever, there could be some pretty cool changes as champ. Like I remember, doesn't Zillion and like Wild Rift have like a AoE projectile slowing field? Like that's super sick. You know, I don't know how easy it would be to add, but like clearly they have the ideas, right? And maybe they don't want to put in the effort to actually like making it happen, but you know, they could. And I think the easier way to do it is with items, but they could do it directly. Recently, Riot have been trying to make more champions viable in the jungle. I think these are changing in a good direction. Really, I kind of disagree. Like, I don't think Kiana or Silas should be viable junglers. Or Talent. Like, these champions are meant to be punished early, because if they don't, they're just OP. So when they get put in jungle and they don't get punished, they're just OP. I don't know. I don't... Personally, I think they're bad. I don't like it. I think Nautilus... Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, Nautilus, I think, is not too bad. But, yeah. I don't like the assassins going in a jungle. Should we watch that video from Double Lift of, like... What was it? Double Lift, changing game. What was it called? The one he... Yeah, okay, it's this one here. YouTube takes ages to load. I think it's because, my ad blocker is killing the ad, but it's like still playing it or something. Okay, I'm curious. This was 7 years ago. So this was in 2018 at some of the peak of when like Riot was going crazy with the changes. So let's see what he has to say and kind of, you know, see it from today's perspective.
Like even though I only have a mat on the floor. I think he's in the vent.
The most incredible moment in the history of League is Faker's Zed play. I could go into detail about all the reasons why it was so insane, but the main point is that it showed the world a level of skill they'd never seen.
What was that?
Not only was this the best 1v1 of all time, but it inspired countless players to play mid or specialize in Zed. And
Yeah,
specialize is
I bet.
probably the most fitting word to describe many of the reasons why League is so compelling to watch and play. You can't get good at everything, so pick something you think is fun and go off of that. This isn't just my personal opinion. Riot Games lead designer Greg Street recently said the same
My
thing.
God, it's
I think the best thing to
What's
do
his
is
name
just pick
again?
a champion
He's
that
a
you're
WoW
excited
guy.
about. Even though League has
Ghost
140 something champions, when you're just learning the game, you probably want to pick one or two and play a lot of games on that character until you really kind of understand the basics there.
There are tons of examples of players who became famous for their mastery of a single champion. But what happens when you nerf something people are invested in, or flat out remove it from the game? Let's take a look at the most recent example, the Aatrox rework. After seeing competitive play 3 games worldwide from 2015 to 2017, Aatrox started becoming a viable pick again, but he was due for a makeover. That was much to the disappointment of people that had been playing him. A Korean challenger Aatrox main actually wrote an emotional post on Reddit in a language he wasn't fluent in, just to vent his frustration to the community. He also had a hilarious ending note, but the main point is that some people just didn't want to see him gone.
So long, partner.
It leads to the question, why couldn't Riot just keep the old Aatrox and make a new champion with the new kit? One plays like Riven and one plays like Tryndamere, so why did something have to be removed for something else to be added? Loss aversion refers to the theory that losing feels twice as bad as winning feels good. Would you rather gain $100
That's very
or
real.
avoid losing $100? Most people would choose to avoid the loss, despite the end result being the same. Anecdotally, losing an LCS creates a much more powerful feeling than winning for me. Marketers have used this for decades to get you to buy their products. You can't miss out on a limited sale because you're losing that once-in-a-lifetime offer. So what does this have to do with the game's constant changes? When things get nerfed or removed from the game, especially champions, it feels like you lost a big investment. The vast majority of players won't be able to access teamwork or communication other than flaming. The fun of the game mainly comes from feeling skilled. It doesn't feel good when the thing you've been working on for years gets taken away.
Please revert current items. I can't play the fucking game.
In the infamous patch 8.11, people who've played League with the expectation that at least they know how to play bot lane were logged into metagame chaos, or hell as Prey would put it. Let's talk about pro players. We're often ambassadors for the game. Without the fans, none of us would have jobs, so keeping the game fun for everyone is super important. It's also hard to be negative without damaging the brand of League or the LCS. But the truth is pros, along with casual players, are really affected by the constant changes. Pushing out a patch every 2 weeks creates a need for more practice than we would need to do otherwise. Do you ever wonder why it's so rare for LCS players to stream nowadays? It's because we're scrimming 12 hours a day to keep up with the rapidly changing meta. The most popular players are often the best performing, and we don't get many opportunities to promote the game we play all day. As much as it hurts to say, Fortnite quickly blew up in popularity. The content creators playing Fortnite were a huge reason for its growth, showing off skills for new players to be excited about and having fun too. Competitive players in League will never have as much time for obvious reasons, but a fraction of it would benefit the game's popularity. Reckless, one of the best and most popular players in Europe, literally benched himself because the meta change was so severe that it's
Yeah, I mean, they're talking about the patch where like 80 carries were completely useless. Like that was like a really bad patch. You know, I definitely don't think it should be where 80 carries are like, you know, just like unpickable. But honestly, I think even during that time, like I remember Ruler playing a bunch of marksmen. So like they actually were pickable. I think people overrated it a little bit. They overreacted a little bit. I think it's kind of interesting that thing he said at the start about how like, you know, like the specialization thing, because I think like it's kind of become the point where like no one specializes, or like very, very rare people specialize now because the meta champs are so OP. Like if the game were like a bit more balanced, you'd probably see like more, like even more one tricks than you do now. But like the problem is that everyone that wants to like be like High-ELO or whatever, they're gonna one trick a meta champ, and like if everyone's one tricking a meta champ, then that's kind of boring, right? Because there's not like, I mean, it would be cool if there were only like one Aurora one trick, but instead like everyone in High-ELO is
top
playing
laner
Aurora.
could do his job better than he could. But if there's not as many changes, what if the meta becomes stale and repetitive? It sounds like I'm just complaining.
So
about
this is what it is
changes,
now.
And as Kozak says,
Change is good.
first, there's plenty of examples of games with vibrant and passionate communities that have largely been the same for decades. StarCraft Brood War is a game so competitive and popular that it pioneered modern esports. From release in 1998 until MSL Finals in 2007, the Protoss vs Zerg matchup, otherwise known as PvZ, was considered heavily Zerg favored. With a game that had 3 major balance updates over nearly a decade, the meta was pretty well understood. As the Protoss player and heavy underdog, Bisu played against Savior, a Bonjour, which is a Korean term used to describe a godlike player. Against all odds and in a terrible matchup, Bisu upset Savior 3-0 with a build that no one had ever seen before. Earning his nickname, the Revolutionist, he single-handedly turned the PvZ meta around. After the creation of the Bisu build, PvZ was a Protoss-sided matchup.
Give the PvZ matchup before Bisu versus Savior. I have statistical evidence behind this that it was between 53-54% win rate for the Zerg matchup. And then when Bisu developed his Corsair DT style, or more generally his Corsair opening, that nowadays he does Corsair Speed Zealot, it actually flipped 10% differential. So it went from about 54% win rate for the Zerg down to about a 44 to 45% win rate. Like, Zergs did not know what to do, dude.
Metas can be
That's
broken and
that's
changed with the mix of
that's a really interesting example. I think there was like a couple things there. Like, okay, I don't know a ton about this situation. I've heard of this before, but I never really played StarCraft 1. But my understanding is that like a lot of StarCraft's balance patches come from maps, you know? They come from maps rather than direct changes. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do with like stuff like rush distances and how many chokes there are and like how wide the map is and stuff like that, that favor one race or another. So I don't think it's quite fair to say that there were like no balance changes, because the balance changes the new maps that come every season. And also, like, I don't know, while this is a pro, right, like, it is a positive that something like this could happen. If the matchup was, like, unfavorable for, like, I don't know how long, like 7 years or whatever it was that he said, like, I don't think that's really good, you know? Like, I think the matchup being the same for that long, like, whether or not there... Because, like, he's basically saying that there was something there all along, and it just, like, took the players that long to, like, find it, whatever. But I think that Riot needs to like artificially like move the meta along. You know what I mean? I don't think they should wait, 7 years or whatever for the players to figure it out, because that's just too long. You know, you don't want the meta to be like that all the time. Can never focus on one champ or one role. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. Trophy or Faker? Yeah, it's basically exactly what you said. Trophy's better, I'd say, for a long time, but Faker all time. Any video on who to ban? I think not really. I have a video on Champ Select called How to Not Lose in Champ Select, but I can't remember if I talk about bans. And ban Azari, I'd probably just ban something you find annoying, something you run into a lot. Like if you play against Yasuo a lot, for example. How's the wind and rain? Oh yeah, it's going crazy. Any ideas for an AD mid that is good for newer, more passive players? Honestly, I don't think there is one. Yeah, I actually don't think there is one. Maybe Nefiri, but like Nefiri's not really passive, and like Smolder's kind of difficult. I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't think it really exists.
Activity and game knowledge over time. The key here is time, because it does take a while before the best players
Okay, yeah,
will
that's
develop
exactly
to
what
the
he
point
said.
where things like that can happen. Like I mentioned before, League is a game about skill, and Faker's play shows just how amazing the highest level of skill can be. Everyone's on the journey towards mastering something in the game, even Janna mains. Too many changes can reset your progress in that journey. Just to make things clear, I'm not against patches. I think the other end of the spectrum is a developer that doesn't do enough, and then we'd just be PUBG. I think that there should be more of a focus on buffing what's weak than cutting down what's strong.
Yes, I actually agree with that too. I think there's a lot of champions in this game that have been weak for a long time that they really should just buff up. What do I want to play this game? Kind of want to play like Azir or something, just for fun. I'm gonna probably play some cringe matchup.
Shurima, your emperor has returned.
That bigger but much more spaced out patches will let the game develop and feel less scrambled. This is inevitably going to bring up the topic of power creep, which I'll save for another video. Dota 2 recently had the reverse of this happen, going from big, occasional patches to smaller, more frequent ones. You can imagine how the pro players responded to it. Last, it's important to address the elephant in the room. League's viewership and popularity in North America is going down.
Damn, it was going down even in 2018? That's crazy. Oh.
I don't think the game is dead at all, but if Riot reduced how often patches came out, pro players would make more content and push the skill ceiling, while casual players could...
Yeah, that clearly is not true, by the way. Like, that was not true at all. That's definitely not true. I mean, I think most of, like, the pro players stopped making content, one, because duoing became impossible in High-ELOs. And I think the other big one was just that, honestly, like, you didn't need the money from streaming anymore. Like, you got so much money from just being an LCS player that you didn't need to stream.
Content and push the skill ceiling, while casual players could find their stride and see more incredible esports moments. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he makes good points. It's, you know, easy to see in hindsight, like, maybe why, you know, that didn't work out. And it's not even, like, necessarily that he's wrong. Just, like, the approach Riot has taken, like, isn't really working so well at the moment. Let me read up. Playing in Chalice and content sustainable, that's it? I don't agree with that at all. I really disagree with that. I think that, like, for a very long time, Challenger content was the main content. You know, like, again, like, I think back to people like I'm a Cutie Pie or Sneaky or Rush. Like, they all played on their mains in Challenger, but it was very different because you could duo, which makes for much better content. And obviously, like, they were pro players, so they got a lot of views, like, on LCS, but also, like, from streaming automatically. So I disagree with that a lot. Like, I think if a random Challenger player streams these days, it's, like, not going to get a whole lot of views, even from a major region. But, like, two pros doing, like, I think I would. Do a victory game? Maybe, we'll see. I have to see. See the matchup. What do you think about being able to ban two champs? I think it's kind of bad because I think it would just be too easy to ban, like, your champs to, like, only bad matchups or whatever. Like, imagine you're, I don't know, like, blind picking Talia and you just, like, ban Ori and, like, I don't know, something else that's, like, annoying. I don't know, it just sounds kind of cringe. I think, I don't know, yeah. I think there could be something there, but I just don't know what it is. Oh my god, look who it is. Get a COG? I will not be playing COG. Multiple Challenger players have 20 to 40 viewers? Yeah, I mean, like, there's just so much, well, one, I think, like, watching League solo queue is, like, I mean, there's a lot of downtime, right? Like, I mean, just take the game that we just queued up for, right? I waited 13 minutes in queue, and now we're going to wait 5 minutes in champ select, and then, like, another 2 minutes before the game even starts. Like, that's a long time before you actually get in game, you know? There is like, a lot of downtime. Why does Trophy not build any chapter item? I mean, it's... I think he values, like, the health early on Aurora for, like, the lane pressure. And he get dodged? Yeah. Okay, I think that's way bot. I think it's way bot. What are they picking to me last lobby? It was Casio. What should I play? I just want to play Azir again, but we don't have a front line, really. Maybe Zoe for fun? I think they should bring back names. I think I prefer with names on, but honestly, I don't really care that much. If, like, names are on, I would dodge more often, for sure. Which is, like, that's probably why they got rid of them. Okay, I think it's gonna be mid-trist, but, well... No, I'm not sure. TB Zoe? Yeah, I never play Ignite Zoe. I think Ignite Electrocute is bait. Well, it's not bait, but it's like a different champion, honestly. It's like playing Katarina. Like, you're just coin flipping the game. Personally, I don't like doing that. When should you play ranked? I don't know. When you feel ready, I suppose. I've only played for a month. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that ranked is going to suck to begin with, pretty much no matter what, you know? I think that's just kind of how it goes. Any POM? No, not really. Are you NA? Me? I'm not. Who is enemy support? Jesus Christ. Hashtag Sigma. Have full chow lobbies? It used to. It honestly used to. Nowadays, though, it's cooked.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
I feel like ranked is like the best place to learn anyway, though, you know? Like, even if, I don't know, maybe you want to practice more norms, I feel like ranked is just, it's like the only true place to learn. Or not the only, but like definitely the best. It's like this game, first MOBA game. I mean, like, take as long as you need, you know? Like, you don't have to play ranked. But I think eventually playing ranked is good. Like, it will suck at first. Okay. I think the trade was pretty good. I'll be traded reasonably well, even into bone plating. This is an interesting matchup. I think it used to be good for Tris, but I don't think it is anymore. Been in the ML lane, I've been champ side, I'm meaning 60 games of Galio. Am I delusional or is Galio an assist merchant? Yeah, I mean, if you built full AP Galio, he probably wouldn't be, but like, yeah, you're not really expecting to get like 10 kills a game or anything on that champ. But I mean, hey, you can go full AP Galio. It is, you know, it's not bad. Wouldn't say it's like that good, but it's definitely not bad. My god, I just shit on that guy. Zoe good champ for OTP? Yeah, I think so. Woo! This guy's getting fried. This guy's one of those giga cringe action abusers. Not banned action. Just straight headshot him. Now he's just useless. Name a good top to climb out of iron. Mundo. Fuck, I missed the thing. That's actually really good. Like, that keeps Trist out for a while. Okay. That's fine. Damn, not for long enough, apparently. Hard to win that fight, I think. Just have, Ral and we've got Milio. I would say Mundo is the best champ climbing out of low elo as a top. But I don't know. Honestly, you should ask a top laner. You know, it's probably better than asking me. You believe League will completely fall off in the next 10 years? I mean, it just, like, totally depends, like, what changes they make, right? But I would say, based off current trajectory, I would assume so. I mean, I don't think it'll be dead. You know, like, League will be around for a very long time. But I think League's on a pretty downward trend. How do you deal mentally with jungler and support? Gank your lane often? Well, I suppose I just stopped playing. Yeah, I mean, that's a big reason why I've been playing the game less. Well, dude, case in point. I was about to get a max range Q, you know, with R on that guy, and somehow Rel's ganking me from over the Raptors. Man, this roll. When I see my team start losing the lane and just mentally give up, any tips how to fix that? Not really. Like, no, I don't really have tips for that. I think that's kind of just like, I don't know, that's almost like, you just need to evaluate, like, how seriously you want to take the game, you know? Like, if you care enough, you'll be able to deal with that. If you don't care that much, then, like, yeah, it's gonna be much harder to do that, right? Like, I do think a lot of tilt is just, like, again, how much you care. Like, I never tilted in, like, a stage game or anything, and I think the big reason is that, like, it just matters too much, so, like, you don't tilt. Good picks against a lot of CC. Lysandra. Probably be my first guess. Maybe something that's just, like, builds Roa Seraph, like Swain. I guess Swain doesn't build Roa Seraph, but yeah, Swain seems kind of good. Galio. Oh, nice. I actually got him. This guy's Scout Slingshot maxing. One of the most broken champions in mid? Rise a good OTP? Not that good. I mean, he's like fine, but I wouldn't have recommended him. Mid, I'd say it's Ori, Aurora, and Talia. I think a champ called Mal's Ori and Dinah is decent. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, controlled. Shouldn't use my bubble there. I can just play this. You have to just, like, keep the wave pushed, basically. Like, if I'm getting past the wave, then it's kind of cooked for her. The problem is, like, she played her early levels too poorly, and now I have too much wave clear. Basically, like, she's just getting punished for playing her early lane badly. That guy's banning Zoe for like a week after that. Holy shit. Oh, I might be fucking dead though. Oh no, I'm fine. I don't know if I can get these creeps though. I gotta wait. Alright, now base. Holy shit, that was pretty disgusting. Yeah, I just got a full loot in. Oh, there's a dude here. Or the Rel's just sitting below me. That's Rel. Now I have so much wave clear, it's so difficult for her. Fuck.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Rel's mid. Damn. Cringe. I mean, Trist isn't here. Oh, she kind of is. She can actually kill me here if I'm not careful. Oh my god, she's so low. Fuck. I got my smite off. I actually wasn't really expecting it to hit, so... Trist is gonna lose her turret to me. I really enjoy the game, but when League is dying slow, do you think it's worth learning it seriously? Yeah, dude, if you enjoy it, like, of course it's gonna be worth it. And, like, I promise you, like, League is not gonna be dead, like, anytime soon. And maybe it won't. Like, maybe Riot will, like, turn it around completely. Right? We have no idea. I would say if you're having fun now, like, live in the moment, man, and, like, yeah, if you really enjoy a game, like, fuck it. Like, I really... There's some games in my past that, like, I really regret not playing more while they're at their absolute peak. Like, always a QQR, QRQ. Normally it's QRQ, but it's a little dependent. Sometimes you use QQR. But yeah, normally it's like this. Like, you Q behind you, you Q forwards, and... Or, actually, I guess it depends how far away they are. Closer they are, the sooner you have to click your Q. This guy has wild arrows now, so he's like kinda getting strong. He doesn't have any boots though. Oh, I got an ignite. Holy fuck. This guy is just getting so disgustingly shit on. What a day. I think his TP's up, so I don't think I can quite get his turret. It might still be down, though. I'm not... No, I think she TP'd first. Oh, let's try. She might try TP behind me here as well. If she doesn't TP to the turret, she might be TPing behind me. No, I don't see any TP. Maybe it's down. God damn. Fuck, I think I died. Oh! He died too. I think I could have probably just kept kiting, and I probably could have gotten out, but he lost the wave, so like, it wasn't even that bad.
Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed.
This is the type of gameplay you've been missing while you're in ADC. That is true, but I've also gotten tons of aids from playing mid too. It's not all like this, you know? ADC said he's trying to make sure you're gonna lose. I don't think so. That guy's my boy. He'll turn around. Might be a Lich Bane angle. Don't enjoy mid that much? No, not really. Not at the moment. I don't like how strong TP is. I don't like how strong D-Shield second wind is. And I, above all, don't like how strong support ganks are. And that's not something new. It's just like, after playing AD carry, I've like lost patience for it, you know? Because AD carry, these things don't happen to you. And so every time I'm playing mid, I'm like, you know, I could just be playing AD carry. Why is Aurelia always the worst matchup? I mean, she's just extremely good in lane. Like, she has, like, infinite sustain with Bork, and, like, she has unlimited mobility, which is really good against skillshot champs. So, like, yeah, it's just ridiculously good against mages. But, like, it doesn't mean Aurelia is actually broken. Like, she falls off a cliff, and, well, actually, that's not true. She, falls off in the mid-game. No, not the mid-game. Like the late mid-game. But then she kind of comes back later when she gets a bit tankier. Damn. Fighty at the start. But also, like, she, like LeBlanc, just becomes, like, really hard to play. Damn. Fuck. I think that's GG. Couldn't afford to make that mistake. Safe to say ADC is a superior role. I mean, I think, I guess it, like, depends, right? Like, what are you looking for? But, personally, I think ADC is more fun and stronger than mid. But, like, the fun thing is obviously, like, personal preference, right? There's a lot of people that hate playing AD carry. But support is the best role in the game, for sure. Support is not only, like, really powerful, but it's also, like, very relaxing, honestly. Very relaxing. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna get this dragon, and I think because we can't get this dragon, I don't think we can win. I don't know. Maybe we outscale? Not sure the scaling's actually, like, relevant. Fuck, if I hit that. Okay, well. Let's sell that. You want to play with jungle? Yeah, I think the thing that supports are, like, worst at, typically, is, like, knowing when they shouldn't roam. Like, most of the time you can just roam, but sometimes you gotta be careful, like, if your AD carries wave as fuck. And then the other thing is just being, like, too passive in lane. Like, chances are, if you're a mid laner, you will automatically be better at most supports in laning. There's a lot of supports that just, like, go AFK. Let's say you got an offer to play pro game for both ADC and mid, which would you play? I mean, if I were equally skilled at them, I would play AD carry. But, I don't know, I have no intention of playing pro, so, yeah. Am I TPing bot? I guess. This guy looks like he's kind of inting. think this guy dies. Yeah, okay, if we can do Otacon, then I think we can win.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I think I have to save Bubble here in case we see Zenzel, but I think he might just give. Okay, yeah, he's top. Okay, definitely can win. When should you rush chapter and skip buying Darksteel? Just if you have like enough gold for first base, I suppose. Karma Sport good? Yeah, I think she's really, really good. Very easy too. Well, Emax is easy. Qmax is pretty hard. Never considered you can ult away? Yeah, if you ever like bubble someone in like close range, that's normally what happens. Oh, well, maybe my loons would steal it.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
If I can get him with that. No. Fuck. Built on the Rose, Saras, Ripmaker, Ori build. Personally, I would just go Rose, Saras, Deathcap rather than Riftmaker. But like, yeah, you can. And I think it's good some games. It's good in games where they're low on DPS. Damn, look at that. Lich Bane auto attack speed. Yeah, that guy is really, really tanky. Oh, I got him. Well, that gives us third drag, I think. Oh, got this guy too. What the fuck? No, I'm just throwing nukes. Oh my god, I'm so good at Zoe. Guys, fun fact. In 2020, Zoe was my most played champion competitive. Pretty sure. Yeah, this champ's actually so fucking fun. I should play it more. Chat banners came to say, what was that? Why, are you in this game?
An ally has been slain.
You're guarded? Yo, thank you. You're Rengar? Oh, really? Oh, I had no idea. Damn, who knew Dom was a Rengar player? Oh, I am fucked. I have no bounty. Yeah, actually, that doesn't matter. No bounty, no Baron, whatever. Actually, if we lose bot and it would suck. Mid base? No, he'd be playing Electrocute Ignite like a fraud. Why is Aurora often build Mouse but never Roa? I mean, Aurora sometimes does build Roa. I've seen a few people build Roa. I think it's not bad. And I think the real reason is that, like, most of the time you just don't need to build Roa. Like, people typically buy Roa because they, like, need HP or they need Catalyst, right? And Aurora, unlike a lot of other champs, can go mask builds, so like you don't need to play Ra. And also like Aurora's a pretty good laner, so most of the time you won't need Catalyst either. But yeah, I mean you can, like some people still do go Ra. I think Ra Aurora is like a little underrated. Ari Ra is still viable? Yeah, I definitely don't think you should be buying in every game. I mean, even when like Ra was at its peak, I don't think people, well, I don't think you should have been buying in every game. Some people were, but I wasn't a fan. I gotta be really careful here. Garen's probably in this bush. Okay, there he is. Damn. This looks pretty cooked. Oh shit. I think they just end unless Sivir can clear. Oh, gee. Rough. Yeah, I've got a few videos about CSing. If you go to the Bible, there's like a bunch of stuff. Damn. Cringe game. Mid is a victim role? Nah. Nah, it's just my MMR is really high on this account, so I get placed with like weaker teammates, I think. I mean, I could be wrong, but oh, maybe I'm just coping. Rough. Hope he is Garen. Yeah, he's pretty good. Damn. I just like can't win on mid at all. My goat is washed? No, I don't think it's that. It's just that, like, I keep troll picking. Like, if I want to win these games, I have to play the literal best champions. Like, as much as that game was fun, I probably could have carried if I were a better champion. Like, if I were Aurora, Talia, or Ori, I could probably carry this game. But I can't if I'm not playing an OP champ. Although, that being said, I mean, I did lose on Ori twice. This Xerath game, I thought I was against Lux. Serious Mass? Serious Mass is... Well, at least it used to be Chippies. I don't know who it is now. Why not on ADC? I just wanted to play some mid, but honestly, I'm really thinking about going back to AD carry. Like, mid is so miserable, man. It's, sad. Should have won? Nah. I made some mistakes. Go ADC so I can choose Spore? Nah, I'll play one more game of mid, and then I'll end stream probably. Why play mid when ADC is as strong? I mean, a lot of people want to see it, right? Is there a good champ road TPing? Yeah, I think so. Is BFT first item viable? Yep. Yeah, you can play the BFT. I think most games are playing BFT. You should probably just play Seraph, but yeah, you can. ADC just better than mid? I mean, there's like pros and cons, right? Like, I'd say mid is more impactful in like the first 15 minutes, and then ADC is more impactful after. And like, you could say that like early game matters a lot in solo queue, so that makes mid better. You could also say that like the games tend to go like quite a bit longer than they used to, because like Baron got shifted back. So in that sense, like AD carry is better. I don't know. I think AD carry is harder though, or rather the champions are harder. What about support? Support is just the best role at every stage of the game. Maybe not like late game, but depending on what you've picked. But I think support is like unquestionably the best role in the game. It's like not even close. We like to peel? Yeah, well, sounds like you would like sport. Coach Helga. Jungle is best role in OC. Maybe. OC doesn't really have good junglers. Even when like OPL was a thing, jungle was probably OC's weakest role. Like they always had to import Korean junglers. I think OC's strongest role historically, I'm trying to think, it's probably AD, then mid, then top, I think. Maybe it's AD, then support, then mid, then top. I don't know. Timid Q? Yeah. It's because like this account has Challenger MMR and the server's small, so worst case scenario. It do be a bit rough. We could do should we do Bondle? I love Bondle. We haven't played in a bit. I should go through and really edit the Bible. I might make some big changes to it. Jeez, what is this? Like Swain, maybe? Doesn't look very like... Oh, wait, Elise, maybe? Oh, no, it's definitely Elise, right? What? Okay, who juggles? I really thought that was Elise. Fiddle? No, there's no shot. I'll go Callista. Why did it not give me the next clue? Shaker? I'll try it. Gangplank? Oh. Alright, let's go to the previous day. Nyla? Is it Nyla? She kind of like hops, right? Or maybe it's Lilia? Fuck. Oh, I have no clue. Annie? Oh, and that's the bear she's holding? Oh, nice. You guys are geniuses. Leona Q? Do we think? That's gotta be Leona's, like, skirt thing, right? Yeah, nice. This looks cool. Yeah. Oh my god, why is this guy so small? Why is he so small? Is this Mundo headbutting the turret? But why would he be so small? What is this, like, leg thing, too? Is that a tail? Mundo's the only person I know that hits turrets, like, with his head. Oh, Rammus. But what would this be? Yeah, maybe it is Rammus, because he's, like, on Boomer, and it's his bandage? Oh, yeah, nice. You guys are goated. Is it possible to play Pike mid? Yeah, Dave Mon. He's a, like, Pike mid main. I don't know who that is. Lee? You guys think? I don't see it. What the No, I have no idea. Is it Callista? Bro, I don't even... Hold on, let me go back. Oh, yeah, that could be Callista. Chucking the spear? Yeah, I'm like, more convinced now. What? It's not Callista. Somebody, like, hits with both hands when they're critting? Shyvana. Oh, yeah, could be. Oh, nice. You guys saved it. I definitely would not have gotten that. Okay, this is a beefy boy. Alistair, maybe? Is this Alistair's dance? This gives, like, Alistair vibes. Like, he's just a chonker. Nice, nice. Okay, massive. Braum? And he's holding his shield? Not Braum. I'll go back in case you guys missed it. Galio W. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll try Galio. Guys, it's not... Oh my goodness. Scion Q? It's a Scion Q? Jesus, he doesn't mess around with this thing. I can't remember when I last played this. Eventually, we're going to get to a repeat. Okay, I have no clue who this is. Is it Lee? I don't think I ever would have gone there. I have no idea what Lee's dance is. Oh, never mind. It's not Lee anyway. Oh, that, yeah, it could be Z Auto. Yeah, yeah. Dude, how far back can we go? I can't remember when I last played it. It would have been a while ago, though. Caitlyn. If that's not Caitlyn, then... I mean, it has to be. Yeah, nice. Easy. Basically do all of them? Yeah, yeah, I know, but, like, eventually we'll get back to repeats because I did them on stream. But I can't remember when I last played it. Okay, that kind of makes me think Varus, but I don't think it's Varus. Maybe? Like... Maybe it is Varus? Yeah, you think? I'm gonna try Varus. Nope. Okay, it's Yasuo, right? Oh, big! Okay, now what is that? That is Fiora, I think? Actually, sword in the left hand, though. Who runs like that? Oh, wait, Soraka? Oh my god, I'm goated. What the... What is this? Is this like Gnar or something? Heimer or Vagar? I have no clue. Lad? Timo? I have no clue. Well, I'll try Heimer. I have no clue, though. Someone that dies and then... Sled falling off mount? Yeah, okay, I'll give it a try. Nope. Oh, that looks like Timo animation, surely. 6. I have no idea. I mean, I guess we'll go Timo. Oh, it is. Wait, so what were these? Oh, that's like an emote, not dying. I don't think I've ever seen that. Sword in the left hand. Darius, you think? Does Darius punch turrets? Viego. Oh, yeah, I think you could be onto something here. Never mind. You're washed. Damn, who is this? Who's this beefy boy? Nort. Yeah, that kind of looks like the way Nort runs. Yeah, nice, nice. That's, who is this again? Fuck, it's so familiar. I can't think of it. Garen, that's right. Knew I'd seen it before, but I just couldn't think of it. That's enough Bonedle. I'm all Bonedled out. I can't believe my Q still did not pop after all that time. Dude, we need more people in queue. What's going on? The Oceanic Super Server needs to unite to get me in the game. That's all I'm here for? Smudge. Oh, this is so cursed. I want to see shocked Bonedle animation. Alright. We need to lock that guy up. Could do with a Lux game. Ricky. I have standards. Lux is a warm-hearted, or sorry, I don't know, I read Lux. Ghost is a warm-hearted American girl smurf. Could be her oceanic ego. Oceanic alter ego. Do you ever think about moving to Europe? Nope. Nope. I'm not doing it. Like at this point, I think streaming League at OC is like kind of cooked. I think I'm mostly gonna focus on like the YouTube League content. I used to do that more. I mean, I'll definitely still stream time to time, but I'm definitely gonna focus way more on making like YouTube League content rather than like Twitch League content because, I mean, like you can see why, right? Like I'm here for fucking 15 minutes. You're anti-warm-hearted American girl? What? You're like cold-hearted Australian boy? Boot up StarCraft? I might do, who knows? Is there any other videos we could watch? I think I've, do you ever think about moving to Europe? No, I don't want to. I don't want to, like, move across the world, like, really far away from, like, all my friends and family, like, completely different lifestyle, and just, like, play League. Like, it sounds terrible to me. Don't get me wrong, I don't, like, hate Europe as a place, but it's just, like, I don't know. Like, it would be... like, a big problem is that if I'm moving away from everything else, I would be moving exclusively for League. And, like, every time I've exclusively played League, so, like, mainly in Korea, it's been, like, really miserable. Like, don't get me wrong, I achieved a lot in Korea. I got to, like, rank 84 and stuff, but it's pretty soul-destroying. I mean, Korea is... Maybe it's, like, a Korea-specific thing, I'm not really sure, but it's really tough. Flavor of the month, game, like, peak and schedule. Schedule 1. Potentially. Damn, 16-minute. Okay, I mean, if we... I do want to get in a game. I mean, hopefully... I'm not sure... Let's see. Trying to see if anyone is like in queue. Okay, so Chippies is in ranked. Champ select. Oh, he's unranked. I missed the game there. This guy's playing norms. Okay, nice. Go with other people who want to reach child and it wouldn't be so miserable. The problem is, like, who do I go with? You know? Like, no one in OCE is going to do it because, like, there's no oceanic scene anymore and there are no oceanic streamers. And, like, I don't really know people from other regions, right? Because, like, most of the people you meet are going to be through, like, pro play and, like, playing on the server and stuff. But, like, I don't know people from other regions. Not really. Like, I know tons of people in OCE, but, like, you know, guys, if you're in OCE right now, like, you better be thinking about signing up for McDonald's. Ziggs or Xerath? I did play a Xerath game, and honestly, I did well, but feeding teammates held me back. Come and coach me from bronze to child. We may be there for 5 years. Dude, a 5-year boot camp in Korea. That would go crazy. I would come out reborn. You know what they say? Korea has to break a man to rebuild him. Do I just become a React streamer? I can't even play
When I
the
was
game.
14,
Let's watch this video. I pinned this one down as a potential turbo banger for the stream. 5-year bootcamp is basically what Chibis is doing, I guess. Alright, should we watch this one? This is, I tried League of Legends as a hater, so I'm assuming this is a guy that's, like, never played League before. Let's see what he says. Let's see what he says. I would assume that being a League player in this day and age is miserable. I mean, the only new player that I've coached recently is Zaryu, and he found it pretty tough. I mean, like, there's a really big difference coming to this game if you've never played, like, an RTS or a MOBA before. I think if you played RTS, you'd be fine. But, like, if you come from some game that's, like, mostly about fighting as opposed to, like, you know, income and stuff, I think it'd be, you know, really, really, really difficult to pick up.
When I was 14, I tried League of Legends for the first time. And like most people that start playing this game, I absolutely hated it.
It is
Face.
insufferable to be new at this game.
What the actual are you doing? You're so fucking bad!
Dude, that I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. That's like Yamakaze. I think he was in Korea, and I can't remember what his team did, but they like didn't hit the Nexus or something. That's like the biggest league crash out of all time.
And everything changes constantly.
To give you some perspective, League has 169 champions. Each champion comes with 5 unique abilities. If we do some simple math, we end up with a fucking ridiculous number. And
Yeah,
that's
a lot.
just the beginning. Over 200 items, 14 years of competitive history. People who've been playing the game before some high schoolers were even born. What I'm trying to say is that League of Legends has been out for way too long. And when the game has been one of the most popular titles for 16 years, you have some of the most painful experiences to deal with as a new player. Oh my god! No!
He's playing Lux 1v1s and ARAM.
Fucking play this game. God fucking damn.
He's got 79 CS, 17 minutes. Dude, I really wish I could see my first games of League. Like, it's so long ago, and obviously, like, I didn't record it or anything. But I'd love to see my very first game of League. I think they would have been a hell of a lot worse than this.
Rules are pretty simple. Get to level 30 within 14 days.
Wait, level 30 in 14 days? That's actually kind of, like, he's gonna have to grind, no? I feel like level 30, like, takes a while now.
The punishment for failing is to ask my gym crush out. I picked this punishment because it's probably the last thing a League player would do. And thus began 2 weeks of absolute pain and suffering that would maybe eventually lead to me asking out my gym crush. Since it isn't my first time playing this game, I'm just going to skip over the tutorial, which meant I had to pick a role and a champion to play. Upon doing some research, I found out the most optimal role for learning was mid lane, And for the champion,
Mid lane.
I picked Akali.
That's probably true.
She's hot. Upon playing my very first game, I realized this challenge was going to be way harder than I thought. The MOBA genre was something...
That's me! Guys, do you guys recognize that guy?
And coming from FPS games, this was a completely different environment. I had to learn concepts like creep score, items, wave management. And while I was playing, I even had a hard time trying to find my character model when I was in a big team fight.
So scary, man.
Yeah, holy moly. If you've never played like a top-down game, like, I'm just imagining, like, if you came from something like, if you came from an FPS, or I think that'd be the worst it could ever be. Like, if you came from like Counter-Strike or, I don't know, like Valorant or something to League, I cannot imagine, you know, the pay. Also, look at this, bro. Holy shit, this is the new player experience. Akali with Ghost Heal. He's got 2 pots at 42 minutes and he's got 8,000 gold. Holy shit. I mean, that's so funny. That is so funny. I mean, like I said, man, I'm sure I've done worse. Like, I really wish I could see my first games.
And with a game like League, where games usually last upwards of 20 minutes, and you pick a character like Akali, who is one of the hardest champions in the game, you're kind of stuck on the character until the game is over. And that feeling is worse when the game almost ends up taking an hour. I'm so close, man. I knew Akali wasn't the play, so I decided to pick an easier character to grasp the very basics.
That's definitely not it.
Vex turned out to be a good option because her abilities were quite simple, and the game ended up going a lot better than my last one.
Okay, nice.
I quickly racked up a bunch of kills, which was quite surprising. But it was up until a certain point when I realized the game was not progressing.
How is a Swift play game taking 50?
Oh wait, he's playing
So
Swift play. That's why he has so much gold.
as to what my teammates were doing.
Oh my god. What the hell?
What the hell is this Master Yi doing? That was when I realized I might be playing against the bots.
Oh, wait, I didn't even realize. Bro, I thought that was a real dude. I thought he was just confused the dread. Oh, yeah, I guess that is, like, what happens when you're a new player. Like, you just get put in the games where people are, like, leveling up all these botted accounts. That's crazy. Yeah, I never even thought of that. I bet that's, like, really common, too.
The lane by myself, and when I saw this Malphite standing there, I was sure these were bots.
Yeah.
I don't know which is worse, not knowing these are bot players or actually, like, losing against them. Like, these people felt like real people to me. But upon finding out, there was also this feeling that if I was struggling this much against bots, then I basically won't survive against real players. On day 2, I wanted to try a different character, specifically an assassin. So I decided to pick Fizz, and I got my ass kicked so hard I went 2 for 13.
Ooh.
Yo, jungler, bro, help!
Yo, jungler. Oh my god. That is funny, man. That's actually sick. Alright, we gotta finish watching that video. That's a banger. Dude, I love this. Like, there's so many things that, like, you know, we've played this game forever, right? Who's this guy? Fuck, do I don't really want to play top. Whatever. What am I banning? Yeah, I don't know. There's so many things that, like, we take for granted, right? Like, or not, like, for granted, but, you know, just, like, so ingrained in us. Like, we look at this and it's like, holy moly. Like, fighting in a creep wave this big when you're level 1 is crazy. But, like, again, if you're new to the game, like, you probably don't even realize that. Like, if you've never played a MOBA before, you probably have no idea how broken the creeps are early. You know, it's the kind of thing that you do just have to learn, like, the hard way. You do just have to get punished once for it. And, I mean, probably a few times to really realize, like, where the damage is coming from. Like, even this, you might be like, oh, wow, Saz just does tons of damage, right?
So hard, I went
not realizing the creeps are just
Yo, jungler,
blasting you. Also, the Ghost Heal is a banger.
I kind of realized...
Do you only have Ghost Heal at the start? Like, maybe you can't even take other champs. Or other sums, I mean.
Jumping between many characters was probably just about the worst decision I could ever make. Just because there was so much I didn't know, and when you don't even understand what warding is, you're kind of better off sticking to one champion. So I just went back to Vex. At this point, I just found out a very important part of getting more money is whether you're able to get the finishing blow on a minion. Apparently, it was a concept called last hitting. I wasn't very good at it.
Oh my god, he's learning.
And the fact
he's
that
evolving.
I was playing against real players this time didn't make it any better. It was day 2 and I already wanted to quit. I couldn't play anymore, so I decided to take a break and started complaining to my friend about how hard this game was. That was until he decided to check my match history and realized I was playing against iron players. Reality quickly set in. Now, I didn't give myself a skill bracket I had to reach, but I knew if I wanted to at least enjoy my time until I got to level 30, I would need to improve. That was when I concluded I would need to get some help.
Dude, I think that right there actually, like, it's probably kind of a, like a little bit of a meme or whatever, but I bet that's really common. I think it's probably really, really difficult to start playing League if you don't have a friend. You know, like, there actually isn't much educational content that's aimed at, like, pure beginners. Most of it's, like, aimed at, you know, like, I mean, my content, for example, I don't think is aimed at beginners. I'm going to dodge this game, by the way. I don't want to play it. I'd have to play AP, and if we're 3 AP, like, we fucking lost, so. We'll just watch this. Yeah, so I can't imagine, like, where do you even go? Because, like that guy had one of my videos on early in the video, and it's like, honestly, you know, I don't think my videos are really made for people that are, like, totally new to the game. And there's no, like, League tutorial, or, like, there is, but it's not very good, right? I know a lot of people have kind of criticized Riot for that, but I can't remember where I saw this. Or maybe I read it somewhere. I can't remember, but I remember reading or seeing somewhere that having a tutorial that was too long was actually bad, because, like, people wanted to just get into the game. And if the tutorial was too long and too complex, they would just start playing the game, basically. Or, sorry, they would stop playing the game because, like, they just couldn't be bothered, right? And I think one thing that, like, RTSs do really well is they have something like a campaign, right? Like, the campaign is kind of like a tutorial in a lot of ways, but it's also like a story experience. So there's tons of people that play RTS purely for, like, the single player experience, right? Like, think of things like the Warcraft 3 campaign, right? Like an old-timer. But, like, that teaches you a lot about, like, the different units and the mechanics and stuff, but it's, like, fun at the same time. I think, like, League probably needs something like that, like some sort of, like, single player, or not, like, PvE experience that, like, teaches you the game. Didn't StarCraft have the story tutorial? Yeah, they like, the first few missions of each campaign is kind of the same thing. Like, they kind of get you up to speed with stuff. So I think rather than League making this, like, really in-depth tutorial with, like, a bunch of different sections and stuff, I would way rather they just created, you know, something within the game. Even if it were just, like, I don't know, like a few missions that you could play, you know, or something. I mean, the thing is, like, they'd have to put a lot of effort into it, which is probably why it won't happen. Because I think that if you make one of those and it's bad, then again, they feel like they're just forced to play. You know, they're just, like, forced to play something they don't actually want to. But I think if it's done well, that can be a really, really good way to, like, get people to play the game and, like, learn the game without it being so miserable.
Yo. Hello? Yeah? You're pretty good at League, right?
Only the second coming of Faker.
Oh my god, what rank is his friend?
Dumb. You wanna coach me?
Yeah, I'm down.
This is Fuzzy. He's an Emerald player, and
Emerald?
this guy is basically the best League player I know. He decided to watch me while I played, but first he wanted me to make a pretty big change.
Wait, have you played Lux?
Oh my god, he's an Emerald Lux player? Are we fucking trolling? Oh my god. Okay, look, just in case this guy ever sees this video, I'm sure your friend's a great guy, but look, if you're an Emerald Lux player, okay, that's a pretty big red flag, okay? That is a massive red flag.
In Lux mid?
Yeah.
At first, I was honestly quite skeptical of switching champions, but I decided to give it a shot, and upon my first game, things were looking good.
Okay, he was Flash
Come again,
Ignite.
bro. Come again, bro. Come. Come on.
Oh,
Ignite. Fuck you, bitch.
he got him.
Oh, that's your flash. That's your flash.
Yep. Oh, that's my flash. Well, not that
Well,
good,
oh,
but
he pressed Flash instead of Ignite. I thought he just like flashed because he's an alpha male. I don't know. I love C. What's up? Yeah, no, that was Chad.
still a very big improvement. And
Yeah,
I know
no
I
kidding.
skipped a lot of this, but before I asked for coaching, I actually went on a very big losing streak, where my KDA literally never went above 1. So it felt really good when I started getting a bunch of kills.
Damn.
Fuck you. God damn. And as this game came to a close, it felt like a weight was finally lifted off my shoulders. After that game, Fuzzy gave me way more tips, where to find optimal builds for item and runes,
Oh, that'll
combos,
help.
and even a little bit on macro. At the time, I had a ton of trouble last hitting, so I was given an exercise.
Yeah, you should boot up like a practice, and then try to like for 10 minutes, for the first 10 minutes, just try to like farm minions, and try to get like 70.
Oh my god, that's such a
70s,
classic.
yes.
If you can get 70 in 10 minutes, then you're kind of chilling, and don't use abilities unless you have to.
I honestly did not expect to do
Oh, it
well,
actually did pretty
but
well.
I was about to be proven wrong. 68. 5
Dude,
seconds.
that's like really
5
good.
seconds, 5 seconds. Fuck.
Right? Slime?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Fuck. 68. I failed, but it was pretty close for my first time. And he decided to coach me for a couple more of my games. And before I ended the call, I wanted to do one last thing. Let's 1v1.
Yeah.
Let's 1v1.
I'll come to your.
1v1 me, Lux. Rules were to play 5 games, and if I won
5
even one,
games?
I would be the winner. Honestly, I didn't expect to win, but this was very, very
Oh my god, the
bad.
creeps.
Tanking videos, you're tanking videos.
Holy moly.
I kept dying for dumb reasons, which I genuinely have no excuse for.
Well, you're stepping in it. No, you gotta die to it.
I was too focused on hitting you.
I mean,
And then this
dude,
guy-
when you're new to League, like, I mean, people talk about like things like map awareness and stuff, right? But like, there's so many things to be aware of. Like, so many things that you probably don't even realize you have to be aware of. It's just like, I don't know. It's a really overwhelming game, right? Like, even though you only have to control one character, there's so many other things that like interact with you, right? Like, I remember before I played League, I came from StarCraft, right? And I thought League was going to be like completely piss easy because you only had to control one champion instead of like all these other characters, right? All these other units in StarCraft. And I think, you know, obviously the like individual control is like a little easier, but there's also like the fact that you're playing with so many other people that like you're not on comms with, like you don't know what they're doing, makes it really, really difficult. And even on your screen, there actually might be more things on your screen at any given moment compared to StarCraft, unless you're in like a really, really big fight. Do you hear them saying that mid is a beginner role? I think so. I do, because like if you think about the roles, think of it like this. So AD carry, not beginner friendly at all, right? The champs are just too hard. They're way too difficult. So I don't think you can play AD carry. Support is probably the easiest role to pick up, but the problem with starting with support is that you'll never be able to play anything else. Or when you do, it's going to be like really miserable because, you know, you don't learn things like having to CS and you don't really, I don't know, you don't get punished as hard for making mistakes. So I wouldn't go support. Jungle, I think jungle, like basic jungling is pretty easy, but you know, it's a very different game from the rest of League. So like if you start with jungle, I wouldn't expect you to be able to go to the other roles. And top lane, I think top lane's not too unforgiving. Like top lane has obviously like really hard matchups and stuff, but I think like, you know, if you played an easy mid champ or an easy top champ, I think they'd be like roughly the same. I guess the biggest difference is that like the mid laners have wave clear. And so like if you really fall behind, you can clear from your turret, like on Lux, for example. Whereas like if you fall behind on Mundo, you know, like realistically, you're not killing any crates from your side of the map, right? So yeah, I actually do think mid's the best role for beginners.
Pull some secret technique out of his ass.
I'll show you magic right here.
Oh my god, the R flash.
What was that?
Oh my god.
Score was 5-0, and I really wanted to beat Fuzzy at least once. So I'm going to 1v1 him again when I reach level 30, and if I lose again, then I'm going to get slapped with a tortilla wrap. On day 4, things were finally going well.
With a tortilla wrap, okay. It's pretty base.
Very nice.
Nice.
I went on my very first win streak of 3 games, which honestly didn't feel that great. The main reason for that
oh my god,
because
such a league experience, bro. Losing feels so much worse than winning feels good. Oh, I love that. He's man, this guy really did get the new player experience. That's crazy. Would you say mid is a role with low skill floor and high ceiling? Yeah.
I started to pay attention to grades, and I consistently got a D- across all my games. I felt absolutely useless, so I wanted to make a change. It turns out, it's measured based on how the average player performs on 3 main metrics: your KDA, your creep score, and your vision score. At the time, the only thing I could instantly improve was my vision score, because I did not ward, and just by placing them down, my grade went up to a C. Okay, so I'm
That's
getting
so funny.
C's now,
Just choosing it.
which are great.
He should just place all the wards in the
fucking
fountain.
losing games, which is not fun. Upon trying to improve my grade, I started to realize how much I had to do. Missing CS is apparently a big deal, and when you have to dodge and hit skill shots at the same time, that was when things started to get a bit messy for me. As I began to play against better players, it didn't take me long before I went on an even bigger losing streak with some of the worst stats ever. And I really could not get the concept of last hitting down. I'm actually cooked, man. Like, how do I know which fucking tower? Like, which minion it's the target? I mean, which minion's the fucking...
Oh my god, 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 dude, make it stop, make it stop! Make it fucking stop!
Since I was actually losing brain cells playing this game
mode,
I decided to play a few games of ARAM.
Yeah, actually good idea.
It was a good change of pace because I was stuck on Lux, and with ARAM, you're pretty much given a bunch of random characters to play. ARAM was also way easier than normals, probably because everyone is forced to play a random character, but it also didn't take me long to realize that I wasn't actually learning much. So I went back to normals, this time wanting to try a different role, and I was honestly expecting a different outcome, but I was quickly met with reality.
Wait, is he playing support with no support item?
How did I die? At this point, I could feel the game actually changing my personality in a worse way. I just got so angry playing this game.
That is so true, by the way. League brings out the worst in like just about everyone. I know a few people that are like super nice in real life, like would never say anything like rude or whatever, but like you get them on the Rift and holy moly, like they will be handing out some free coaching, you know? I'm not going to name any names, but some of you, if you played like Pro League, like you might know who I'm talking about. It's actually insane, you know? It is crazy what this game does to people.
Fucking help me, dude. Are you fucking dumb? It was also at this point when I realized I was playing against literal level 700s, which makes no sense.
Yeah, that is actually
Why would you
wild.
put a level 18 and a level 700 in the same game? The next day, I decided to watch a few guides before...
Bro, he keeps watching me. Bro, dude, I need to make some more, like, beginner content. Like, I'm looking at this, and, like, honestly, guys, like, these are... I did not aim my videos at people that have, like, never played the game before. That's pretty sick.
Hopping into some games.
Oh my god, guys, can we just appreciate that play for a sec? Can we just do that again?
Why would you put the same game? The next day, I decided to watch a few guides before hopping into some games.
Oh my god,
And after learning a bunch of basics on character control, it felt like I finally figured something out. Even though I lost, this was actually the first time I had an even amount of kills and deaths. I thought, maybe things would get easier. Maybe that mechanics video was what I actually needed to start doing well.
Man.
And just when that feeling started to set in, League went back to the shitty game that it is. What the fuck,
True,
man?
true and real
like,
and
all
based.
of a sudden, the whole team is here. Yeah, put all the new fucking players on our team. Yeah, put all the fucking new players on our team. Yeah, put all the fucking new players on our team, including me, bro.
Garen's just pushing mid and
team.
ending, pushing top and ending.
I could not catch a break. Terrible servers, terrible matchups, terrible stats. Just take a look at my match history. 6.
Oh, that is a rumble ult. That is a rumble
Every time I
ult.
loaded up this game, I was met with nothing good. I still had 12 levels to go through, and I was beginning to think that this was not worth all the suffering I was going through.
Yeah.
So I was.
Now, honestly, dude, like this, I think this is probably what all those people that started playing League because of Arcane, this is probably what happened. You know, like I think that there probably were a lot of people that wanted to try League, but dude, like if this happens to you, especially if you're getting flamed at the same time, you know, like, because that's pretty common, right? Like you're gonna get flamed for doing this. I don't know if he has like chat off or whatever, but like that's just insane, you know? Like how is anyone gonna get into the game like this? Unless you like really want to play with your friends, or you know, you're like there's a baddie you know in real life that plays League and you're like trying to get good to impress her, but she's like, you know, she's diamond and you think you can be diamond, you know, like I think unless like there's something that like is really gonna make you commit, or like making a video, for example, like it's gonna be so hard to stick with. Like it doesn't surprise me at all that new players don't really pick up League.
Genuinely ready to quit. Well, that was until an update came through, which made it so that the XP earned per game increased by 40%,
Ooh, okay.
which kept me going. Mel was also just released, and oh my god, that character is broken. Fucking
yeah, that
skill
would
shot
be
of the size of the sun, bro.
That would
like,
be pretty
is that
cancer.
fair? Playing this matchup was possibly the worst thing ever. I pretty much lost every time I went against the Mel, and it was so frustrating, I considered moving over to draft pick just so I could ban Mel every single game. It was also day 10 and I was only level 19, and with my school semester starting, I would not have enough time to get to level 30. So, I kind of decided to cheat.
Okay. You buy XP boost?
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy a 3-day boost.
Oh my god.
And I'm gonna spam games until I reach level 30. This period was probably the most boring time period for me, but I was getting ganked a lot, which was really annoying. So
this guy's getting the mid lane experience. Does this? Oh my god, I can't believe even new players are getting this. Look, I'm sorry. If there's any new players watching this, I'm afraid it does not get better. Mid lane is the, it's like the community meeting ground, you know? It's the town hall of the Rift. Being Apex tier guaranteed you a baddie? If only.
To do some research, which eventually led to the discovery of jungle tracking.
Oh,
From
did he watch my video?
understanding, Jungle tracking is basically a way to predict where the jungler is at certain times of the map, so you know when to expect a gank. And the moment I decided to look deeper into it, I realized there was no way I would be able to do this.
Yeah, that sounds a bit
words,
tough.
Because my bot lane leashed and their wave is even, we know that the enemy bot lane had to leash as well, which means the enemy Zac is...
Oh my god. Clear times, pathing, invades. You literally have to be Sherlock fucking Holmes to do this. That was way too advanced, so the only thing I decided to focus on was to keep track of where the jungler started, and then warding the opposite side.
Yes,
whenever
dude,
my wave
I swear he watched my video, bro. That's what I say. That is the easiest way to do it. Nowadays, like the jungler solo starts, so you can't really tell anymore. But the way to do this these days is to just ward on the side that your jungler is going to be on. It's like if your jungler starts bot, just like ward your top side. Like that way your ward will be like on the same side and like everything will be good.
Pushed up.
When I was level 19, I was a complete driller. Yeah, no, this guy's like way ahead of where I was. I'm pretty sure when I was level 19, I was playing Morgana mid, and I'm pretty sure I had no idea what was going on. I think I was just like Wing waves on cooldown, which was giving me a lot of farm, and I think that was, yeah, that was making me win some games.
I spent a couple of games trying to implement this, but I just couldn't because my brain was still overloaded with information, and I realized I had to look at the map like every 5 seconds for this to actually work.
Oh, League's so hard,
The worst
man.
part was that half the time, no one comes for the gank anyway. But while I was trying to make this work, There was one game where everything was going well.
Nice.
I was racking up kills. I died the least out of every single game I played. And my CS was probably the highest it had ever been. I got my very first A that game.
Ooh,
and I
not
felt
bad.
proud of myself. After so many trials and tribulations, I finally had one game where something didn't go wrong. This was when I started thinking to myself, this was going to be the turning point. After so many days of suffering, I would finally be able to have something to show for it. Maybe I would finally be able to have fun.
You're not.
If that clip confused you, this moment was taken one day in the future. So let's rewind a bit and see how exactly I got here. Well, to start off, that game had me feeling really good about myself.
Okay.
So I turned on chat, expecting that I would at least get some good comms.
Oh my god, no.
That was the worst mistake I had ever made in my life. I don't know what I was expecting because nothing productive was ever said. And to add to that, the difficulty spiked so hard I wanted to load up Train Simulator. These people were just on a completely different level. They were so good, they started to like flash my skill shots.
Oh my god, what the hell?
What the? I got shit on the entire time, and now that I've enabled chat,
4-0-0 with like real
over and
CS.
over until I decided to turn it off again. And just like that, 10 games went by. 9 of them were straight losses, and the one we won, I was just straight up carried by my team. It is honestly beyond me at this point. It's been crash out after crash out after crash out, and to this day, I still ask myself why I decided to waste 14 days of my life playing this game. With that being said, there was only a day left, and
let's see how the last day went.
I was level 28, which meant I could probably squeeze in a couple more hours in the last day, but that was too much to ask for.
Yeah, so I ran out of XP, so so I'm just gonna go buy more.
Oh, he's gonna buy another one.
It was the last day. I wanted to try something different. I decided to spend the remainder of my time in draft pick just to experience what it was like.
Is he gonna ban Mel?
Also, I just wanted to ban Mel every game so I wouldn't play against her. I was honestly expecting it to be way harder than Swift Play. From what I heard, draft pick was basically Swift Play, but without the training wheels. You get less of basically everything, and the rules are way less forgiving. I was honestly bracing myself for the worst. I knew I definitely wouldn't have a good time, but it was the final push anyway, and I thought I would end this challenge with the full experience. So I went in for my first ever draft pick game, and then I had a decent time. The matchmaking actually felt balanced.
Yeah, I wonder if there is different
matchups
MMR.
were varied, and even though there were games where I felt frustrated, I wasn't performing the worst on the team anymore. And now that I'm here editing this video, I found the matchmaking for Swift Play is probably the most fucked up thing ever.
I bet
Nearly
that is
every
true.
single player I went against were all at least level 100, or they were...
Like, I think the way that they do this with the MMRs, they have like a range of like what ELOs or like MMRs can be in your game. And I bet that Swift Play, just because it's meant to be like you queue up and you get a game fast and like, you know, you just get it over with. I bet that Swift Play has like a really, really like generous band, you know, to where like you probably can just get matched with people that, you know, either like don't play Swift Play and so have like no MMR at all, or are just like quite a bit higher MMR above you. Whereas I feel like Draft Pick probably has it quite a bit better.
Smurfs. Meanwhile, every single player in draft pick was around my level. I've been playing the wrong game mode this entire time. I started to feel really bad for myself because the games were actually going well.
Oh yeah, he's smurfing.
I felt like I was finally progressing. I didn't have to worry about instantly exploding on the spot, so I could try out different things, which led to me discovering that I could poke people with my auto attacks rather than just using my abilities. And as I played the last game of this challenge, I had fun. I had more fun in that single game than every single game I had played throughout the challenge combined. But now that it had ended, there was only one thing awaiting me.
Alright.
Just to...
Oh, here's what we want again.
Let's see what you learn, bro. Let's see what you learn.
Alright, let me restate the rules. Like, if I win one time out of like 5 games, then I win, okay? I'm gonna come out and say this right now. It wasn't even remotely close.
Oh,
I don't
that's
know what
kind
I
of
was
sad.
thinking, believing I could beat someone with over 5,000 hours in the game with just 2 weeks of
That
experience.
was kind of close.
You could tell he wasn't serious this entire time. He was just kind of making weird sounds and taunting me.
Almost had me.
That was not
Almost
close,
had
don't lie. And then it came to a close. No, no, no!
That's kind of close.
And since I had lost, it could only mean one thing.
I only get to do it once.
Is that his gym crush?
You want to slap me twice?
Oh no, this is
So,
the rap.
since Fuzzy is in the US and I'm over here in Hong Kong, he can't exactly slap me with a tortilla, so I got a substitute.
Cause like if I you know how I did it just now, right?
What the fuck?
Dude, no.
Wait, it's a double up?
2 is crazy. 2 is crazy. 2 is crazy.
It's
2 is
not gonna,
crazy.
like, it's gonna break.
So this is Ganem. All you need to know about this guy is that he is one brutal motherfucker, and he has been looking forward to this moment ever since I told him about it.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Is he gonna backhand him?
Oh fuck!
Now this is the part where I should say I walked away. That I quit while I was ahead and
Oh,
never
he's a good
touched
friend,
ranked.
man. He checked on him.
I wanted to stop. I should have stopped. But curiosity is a fickle thing, isn't it? If only I'd known about the deep, endless abyss that lay ahead. The warnings were all there. They were always there. So why did I ignore them?
Oh my god, he queued up? Oh no, he's gonna make... Wait, has he made a new one? Hold on, we gotta check right now. Oh, he's made them for each role. Oh, that'll be interesting. We can watch some of those sometime. That was a really good video, though. I'll link this... I'll link it to you guys. Yeah, that was a super, super good video. I think, like... I don't know, the new player experience is so cooked. Like, it must be so, so difficult as a new player. I really do think it's, like, Riot... I don't know... I know you guys said, like, they're making a new tutorial or whatever, but I think they've got to... There's, like, a lot of things they've got to do. Like, I think that they really do need to, like, streamline the new player experience from, like, literally level 1 to, like, level 30, you know? They've really got to make sure that there's, like, no smurfs in the queues. You know, maybe there's even a new player queue. I would say chat off. Some games have, like, mentor systems. I don't know if that would work in League, but I know, I think it's Final Fantasy has, like, a mentor system, and apparently it's really, really good. So maybe they could try something like that as well. But yeah, that was a super sick video, and I think, honestly, that is exactly how I imagine the new player experience to be, you know? Like, I think it must just be miserable. Riot's trying their best to make it easy for new players, WASD ability preview. Yeah, I just don't... I honestly don't think those are the problems, you know? Like, for example, does the ability preview do something? Yeah, it's probably, like, better than nothing. But, like, you know, his biggest problem, or, like, what he kind of felt like his biggest problem was, is that he is playing against players that are just, like, better than him, you know? Like, pretty much the whole time. And it's, like, super miserable. And he, you know, like, you're basically just thrown in the deep end and told to, like, stick with it, even though you're going, like, 0-10 and losing every game, you know? Like, who the fuck's gonna do that? Who's gonna stick with that? I think they need to make it, like, way more gradual. Again, either with, like, a PvE experience or, like, bots or... I don't know, something to make that not so steep. Because, like, yeah, it's a hard game. It's been out a while. Like, it's always going to be difficult. But, I don't know. I don't think it needs to be so bad. And, like, for me, you know, even if I were winning, if I played, like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 games and just, like, couldn't figure out what's going on, or I was, like, dying all the time, I'd probably stop. You know, again, I'll give you a good example. So, really recently, I played Deadlock. And... the first game I played of Deadlock, I played Vindicta, which I think is kind of like Widowmaker, and I honestly just had no clue what was going on. I got like 0 kills, and some guy on my team went like 19-0, you know? Now, I was playing with a friend, so it's like, you know, I was going to stick with it because I wanted to play with him, but if I were playing that solo, and, you know, I got 0 kills, and the game just, like, didn't really make sense or whatever, like, I just couldn't understand how to kill people, especially when in a game like League, it's a lot more, like, complicated how to kill people than it is in an FPS, you know, I probably would just stop playing. And it's like, again, do things like ability previews really solve the main issues? I wouldn't say so. I don't think it does. This is really interesting, though. I mean, I'm going to make a video really soon about how to... or not how to, but, like, why League is so difficult to learn. And maybe I should start making some, like, beginner League of Legends content. I'm not sure. How'd you play Deadlock? If you get invited by someone else as the beta, like, you can get in. Oh, I got friend requests. Oh my god, from the Twitch. Alright, fellas, I think we'll end stream. I don't really want to queue up another 20 minutes. That was not bad. Good size. Does anyone else have final questions? Notice your view count is down since the botting ban? Like, maybe? I don't know, hard to tell. Not, like, noticeably so, but, like, maybe a little. I don't know. It's hard to say, though, because, like, I've streamed a lot less, and I've also streamed pretty inconsistently. And I've been playing a lot of 80 carries, so, like, it's really... I think it's really hard to say. But, yeah. T1 skins hot or not? I think they're Giga-based. They look really good. Is player Ori a better blind pick? Probably Ori, but I think they're both pretty good. What do you think about the Horizon changes? I think still kind of fake. I'm pretty sure you just prefer other items. League must be better matchmaking. Yeah, I agree. How to get out of gold? I would say the way to get out of gold, or any elo, is just to choose one thing and, like, work on it. So I would recommend working on your early game, like your first 15 minutes, and just, like, choose one thing at a time. Like, literally go to my YouTube and just type, like, I mean, go to, like, the mid lane fundamentals section, or go to the Bible, the exclamation mark Bible, and just, like, choose one thing in there to work on. Like, work on your warding, or your laning, or your cooldowns, or something. Like, everything matters. It doesn't even matter what you work on. If you work on, like, more important things, it'll be better. But, like, honestly, you can work on anything. I need to put a lot of effort into this. Sorry for the flashbang, by the way. But, like, you'll see here, like, I've got, like, these high priority skills. You know, these are definitely the things you want to work on first, if you can. But again, like, if you don't want to work on those, or there's something else you really want to improve at, like, you can, right? But yeah, I need to add a lot of stuff to this. How to get out of master? The same as always. Just gotta get better. Like, watch people that are better than you, and, like, compare their gameplay to you, you know? Spot the difference. I think it's possible for any player to hit master if they're willing to learn the game and improve. I'd like to think so, yeah. What do you think about Swain mid? Yeah, it's pretty good. Underrated for sure. It's a bit niche, I guess. Or not niche, but, like, it's rare that Swain is the best pick, but Swain is not often terrible. Like, the thing is, like, the reason you don't see more Swain in High-ELO is because any game you would play Swain, you would probably just play, like, Talia or Anivia or something instead. Or, like, Lysandra, maybe? So there's pretty much always a better option. But it doesn't mean that Swain is bad. Like, Swain might be the second best pick in each one of those situations. It's just he's never the best pick. So, like, you don't really see him get play much. Isn't ADC more camp than mids are? It's way easier to avoid ganks in bot lane. Like, in bot lane, you can only really be ganked from, like here or here, you know? Whereas mid lane, you can be ganked from everywhere. Alright, anyway, I'm ending stream. Thank you guys for watching. I'll, not sure when we'll next be on, but, oh, while I remember, make sure to, I'm gonna post a video really soon. I think it'll be in a couple days of, like, how to choose your main, which should be on this channel. But I'll post some of the React videos in case you guys missed it on this one. So, if you haven't seen this channel, those will be there as well. But yeah, anyway, have a good rest of your night, fellas. Peace out.